Testing 1 2. Hello. Okay. And here it is. Da dee da dee da. La 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 la. La 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 la. Right. So what did I was doing? You can try something out. Hal, run nugget window. HAL Open Nugget Window Client Project. HAL Initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Actually, I don't need that. Project settings. HAL Prepare an Unreal Build. HAL Open Nugget Window Unreal Project.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
How prepare Unreal build. How build Unreal Nugget window. Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows Server. Hello Dino.
Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
Hal, run Nugget window server.
Running Nugget Windows Server.
How run Nugget server. How run Nugget server. How run Nugget window. How run Nugget window. How run Nugget window.
Running Nugget window server.
How open Nugget window client project. How open Nugget window client
Opening Nugget window client project.
still running. How run nugget window. How run nugget window. How run nugget window. How run nugget window.
Running nugget window server.
Hi Gareth, how you doing? Yeah, sometimes he falls asleep. I have to tap him gently on his ears. Right, well that's working. This is sending the 32 characters. Actually, while I'm here, something that's annoying me is that text is... Oh, because that was hash shift out. That's why the text was dim. Build. Run. Why is it saying sent 31 characters if it also didn't reset? Witnessed by the fact there's more than one cube. Oh, look at that. There's another one. Right, it didn't clear the scene. So if you're wondering what's going on, I was just setting up I was doing more DevOps. This project is just a test client, the Nugget window that talks to this that was written made in Unreal over the network so that I can manipulate objects in the scene over the network. This is a network graphics terminal or viewer. As opposed to con reset, this command should reset the scene. So I need to figure out why that doesn't work now. Let me just And get rid of the make cube. We'll keep the light on. It should just, everything should disappear. Oh, it did. Does it make the light disappear? Yes. That's weird. Then it makes a cube. Then I stop the application. I've actually quit the program, but I can still see it. And if I enabled interactivity on this, I'd be able to even move the camera around the scene. Really great. It's like you can look, go around the scene that just crashed. You can view it. Yes, we'll try and drag technology into the 21st century. When I run this again, that doesn't make sense. No, that hurts my head. The only thing I can assume is that when I make a new connection, the first command tends to be lost because of some kind of bug relating to socket closure. So what I'm going to do is just send the reset twice and see if that gets rid of the problem. I suspect it does, and that will be just a workaround for now. Run again. Yes, that's really good. So the thing to be clear about is that cube is spinning in Visual Studio in this single file here, which includes the network stuff, and it does it in this loop. So if I put a breakpoint in here, that has completely confused me, and I'm going, hang on a minute, I've just put a breakpoint, but it's still spinning. But I put a breakpoint, but it's still spinning. This doesn't have the power to spin things by itself, but I put a breakpoint, and you get stuck in that for a little while before you realise last thing you did last night was flood the network traffic with rotations. And basically it's emptying the buffer, the network buffer, because this can only consume instructions at a certain rate. It's funny that. Do you see what I mean? It's like, oh, see, and now it's stopped. And why has it stopped? It flushed the buffer. that was quite confusing. So what I'm going to do is just put it back to a reasonable. It was trying to update the cube 1,000 times a second, and the system is not designed to do it that fast at the moment. But now this is where I thought we should be. If I hit F5, it'll just, well, if I single step, see, dum, dum, and we sleep for 1 millisecond, so it'll be 1,000 times a second. Oh, just step over this instruction. Cube moved. Isn't that the coolest thing ever? You really want your game engine to do this. If anybody's making a game engine and wants an advisor, wants some advice on the Nugget architectural framework, the ideas behind this, so that people using your engine will be able to debug code in C++ and actually not have the entire world disappear while they're doing a breakpoint. The thing that's very important to understand is this is actually quite difficult to achieve. In fact, it's impossible to achieve on a normal engine. If I could move the camera around, I could show that this viewer is still live. So I could reposition the camera while doing debugging. See, the problem with a debugger normally is that when you're in the debugger, the graphics display is completely frozen. So, you know, I'll quit the program. I've still got this. This is still alive. I can come back and run it again, and then here I'm doing. Why doesn't everybody do it this way? This is. I first did this many years ago. I gave something like this to students so they could do their projects in when I was a teacher. How well do you think that worked out? So, right. Right, I could sit there doing that all day, but I better get on with some work. So what I'm going to do is just, you know, stop the program. You know how long it takes Unreal to start up, right? Doesn't have to restart. Yes, I'm having fun. That's why I'm here. I'm here to have fun. Look, I'm going to refresh this every 16 milliseconds, right? There isn't strict timing here. When this updates, it's got no idea when it gets displayed here because these are two completely different processes. But this is sending it 16 times a second. For synchronization with this protocol, that's a little more complicated. That kind of thing will come in time. Because right now it's only one way. This sends to this. This goes to this. Only in this direction. And nothing comes back from the viewer to the client. Nothing comes back from the server to the client yet, but that could be added. Things like input as well, you know. Anyway, let me hit it's compiled and it ran. And so now this is running really probably not much faster than it was running before, right? But again, I could just put breakpoint there and it's not flooding the buffer anymore. Now, one of the things slightly bothering me, well, let's see if I close this. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I can run and close, that's fine. Yeah, this is all good. I was a little bit annoyed with the amount of time it takes to build this. It takes an eternity to build my little project. It's 230 lines of, it's not even that. 230 lines of code. Don't make me laugh. It's nowhere near that. Currently, it's 124 lines of code. That's all I have, 124 lines of code. Let's see how long it takes to, that includes blank lines, how long it takes to build this. Of course, there's no timing information provided, and it's not really easy for me to add that tooling. If I was doing command line builds with the good old tools such as make and so on that were invented 50 years ago, I'd be able to very quickly add the facility for it to show how long the compile time was. But you know, because of progress, I can't. I'm going to go old school and use, well, kind of old school. Here's a stopwatch. It's actually my iPad. I'm going to see how long it takes to do this build, because I tell you, it's way too long. Way too long. And that's an interesting topic, as you will see. So, let's see. We go. I hit compile. And
Hi, Captain.
What? What are you doing? I didn't say that. You imagined it, Hal.
Compilation failure.
Yeah, you don't know what you're doing. I'm not even building that at the moment. Right. It was just under 2 seconds, 1.95 seconds, probably with more like 1.9 seconds because of my reactions times. So that is interesting, you see, because it shouldn't take nearly 2 seconds to compile an example code that's 123 lines long. Now, 2 seconds becomes significant when you want to build up momentum and get into the swing of things. Look, if this is how long I go now, and it will start spinning then. And it's getting on for about the time it takes for Unity to run on an empty project. The reason for this, and the other reason it's really annoying, is because I can remember like 20, 30 years ago compiling on technology that's 20,000 times slower than this PC, and it should be 20,000 times faster now, but it isn't. And the reason? Obviously, it wasn't building all of this stuff, but it was doing the same kind of small, bits of code. A WinSock. And look, there's Win32, lean and mean. Admittedly, I don't even have Windows.h in here. These headers are probably what's causing the slow compile time. So what I'm going to do is now break this down into files specifically so that I can put the stuff that I am working in most frequently in a file that doesn't need a huge number of headers. So let's go ahead and do that. I have something called Nugget Window Client. I'm going to add a new item, which is going to be a C++ file, which for some reason ended up getting called source. That's unfortunate. Let's just delete that. Yeah, let's just permanently delete it. We'll try that again, shall we? We go here, new item, C++ file, and this is going to be socket.cpp, and the low-level socket code is going to go in here. This one will also that exists now will also contain things like main, but let's just start with that now. We're going to move over our low-level network code. This is definitely one worth pulling over. I'm now doing this is refactoring mode. I'm not changing any of the functionality in what I'm doing, but I am reorganizing it. And the best approach is always to refactor as you go. Really, really, really important. All right, so I can't remember what I set. Oh, that was set to redo, undo. This one isn't doing anything. I'm going to do Control Tab on this one. So on my keyboard, my gamepad over here, I can now hit this button and it just changes between the two files. That's kind of nice. If I put that in there, you know, I'm just going to compile. Where did I have the compile button? No. Need to, some of the setup of these keys is a bit weird. I can't remember where I put the compile button. I only set that up yesterday. What was it? That was delete. I think I want this one as backspace. I'm in DevOps again. There we go. You do your backspace on there, and there was something for building. With this middle key will do. Clear. That's going to be F5. So if I'm here and I hit that button, it'll attempt to build. And where we go. Null, undeclared identifier. Of course it is. I can switch around to here. What we need for that is standard io.h. Which was the one that sorry. Paste standard io.h. Let's try building it again. Next error, addresses. This one is going to be from WinSock. The other thing that's great about this approach that I'm taking here, by using error messages to tell me which headers I should paste back in or put back in, is that it does a form of garbage collection. It means that any that were not needed will not end up getting copied. All right, so addresses still is clearly another thing that's needed here, which is probably this one. Whoa, you don't want to keep it. Right. We for now paste that. Let's do a build and addresses. Oh, wait a minute. That's not true. Just learning the new configuration I have on this pad here. So yeah, that's change side. The actual problem was this needs to be copied. So let's copy that to the other side, paste that there. There we are, and then I can build this. Excellent. Connect socket is also needed. So we'll copy that, flip it around here, paste there, that's it. Exit, identifier not found. Now, this I need to think about because this is for handling errors, error handling. Right, for now, what I'm going to do is do a void exit declaration. It's supposed to be that wiggly line down there. I get rid of the static here. This would stay here. It will get linked That should be fine. Let's try that. Free address info. Identifier not found. Free address info. I'm guessing it's in that file. That header. Oh. Switch back. Copy. Switch. Paste. Build. That's correct. Connect. Identifier not found. This is from the other layer. I'm avoiding making headers up to this point, but it's time to make a header. I'm going to make a header called socket.h. I wonder, can I do it this way? Because what I want to do then is go in here and do hash include socket dot h. If it was really clever, I could go here and say go to document socket.h. You could have an option to make it. I can't be bothered to go through all this zillion dialogues. Let's just open the containing folder and just make it here. I mean, yeah. Socket.h. You sure you want to change it? Yes. And then I should be able to just... No, it still doesn't. Socket.h. Drag it into here. Okay. Socket.h. Now what socket.h is going to do is have the definitions for the API, which includes this connect. Connect is now no longer static because it's public. Now I'm doing C style programming here. Write in C, write in C. There will be an answer. Write in C. We're going to wait and see. I still can't find socket. How flipping lame is that? Maybe I didn't save it yet. Can I go to socket if I do this now? Seriously. Whatever. It's there in the same directory. Copy that, switch to it here, then paste void connect. And just put a do it like that. Okay, we build this. Let's see what the next error is. Connect, identifier not found. Yes. Why is that? Well, because you need to include hash include socket.h. And we try building this again. And there's one unresolved external symbol. Referenced in connect. So that was a bit odd because all right. Add a new item. I'm going to go through the menu since it insists I do. I want to include a header file, and this is going to be called main.h. Why am I deleting Pragma once? Is I don't want to create a mess that is handled by just ignoring. It's kind of rule of thumb. If you're building your code and you try to enforce a rule where headers are only ever included once, otherwise it's an error. It forces you to keep your headers tidy. Otherwise, if you just sort of use Pragma once, then you can include headers inside headers, and they can try to include the same header multiple times. And oh yeah, but the end result is that you end up with a header file mess. It's like, why bother? This exit is going to go here. Main.cpp. Save that. Oh, it's still not making the thing go away. Whatever. Try to keep compiling that. What have we got? Exit identifier not found. Right, well, let's try hash include main.h. Unresolved external symbol. Exit. Let's have a look at the definition of exit. It's no longer static. Oh, it's this because I changed it to be that, you see. There, I wasn't using the proper definition. That would do the trick. It should be this instead. Let's try building that. And it succeeded. So that refactor finished. We now run a test. It's a little bit of a refactor as I move my code towards, the shape of it that I would like. It should still run. We try. It says could not connect. Now, normally you get a could not connect because the terminal isn't running. So I just want to check to see if the terminal is running. I can do that by doing 127001. I'm running that on port 777 con reset. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the terminal. It's running. So my refactor has broken something. Go into init viewer, init network. I'll put breakpoint here and go into connect. It went straight to invalid socket. Why? Let's have a look at what init network did. Got the address info. Interesting. I don't understand how this would have oh, because I've got addresses, separate addresses. There's an addresses in here and addresses in the other file because they're kind of private, right? They're static, but it makes it in effect private. And I've got a doubt. It does it when I'm running this. Yesterday we had a problem with the chat. It's gone very quiet, and it's like we had a problem with the chat because it was like 15-minute lag before chat became visible to me. And now I'm wondering, is there a lag when this viewer is running? I mean, because that's the kind of thing that happens. It's like you're running this, and it stalls some system on your computer. So how can I check this? I've set up a PC over there with a screen. It's actually my Surface Pro. I was using it to connect to an oscilloscope. I can see that from here. I'm going to use that just to check to see if the chat is working. Oh, Gareth, thank you very much. We're okay then. Because this could happen again, I'm going to set up that anyway. So bear with me. Some more DevOps. And Water Lily is online. Connect to Water Lily. That's the name of my. Oh, what was the pin? Let's see if I can guess it. Sad. I have to reset the thing on this. So long since I connected this. Hello. Can you see me? Come on. Waiting for things to start. Why have I got a whole bunch of just device? Why'd you disappear? Why'd you do that? Device. Change the pin. There we go. Change the pin. Pin is going to be worked. We've gone a bit Inception here because that's the all right, okay. Oh, well, I think I just quit it. That's not clever, right? Oh dear, I have to type it in again. Update password. Close that here. Go to YouTube. And YouTube. Come on. Come on, hello. The connection for some reason not very good on that. There we are. Oh man. connection got lost. It is really pitiful, this thing. There we go. I can see it now. In fact, what I'm going to do is just set something up here. I can keep an eye on the chat now from here, well, on there, to different computer to see. Well, it's probably not that reliable because whatever. Right, so where was I before that? Yeah, so the problem was that I've got two addresses here, as you can see. There's one in this file, there's one in this file, and it's using this one. So there's no real easy way to sort of migrate that. It's not worth trying to migrate it while keep it running, which is what I normally do. So what I'm going to do is just keep moving it over till it works again. Yeah, right. So what else do I want to bring over? There was this init network. And we're going to paste that in here and get rid of that. Then we go into socket.h, and actually I want to add init network in socket.h. Try building that. WS data is a new socket thing. That doesn't exist. So I'm going to move that over. WS data. I'm going to start actually removing these. Put that in there and try to build this IP. Okay, that is in here. All of this is going to go in there. Try to build. What's next error? Connection socket. Multiple definition, that is true. One, that's this one. No, I put the backspace there, didn't I? Yeah. try and build that. Connect socket undeclared identifier. That's because this code needs to now move over into here. Send string. Yeah. So now also going to be a static. A public function. So it shouldn't be static here. Copy that and we'll put it into socket.h like so. So try and build that. Asset identifier not found. Hey Mike, how you doing? Good day, Dominion Dini. Dominion. Dino's Dominion. You know what though, Mike? You are Dominion. For sure. So we've got that send string, but assert identifier not found, so that's fine. We're going to go back to here and take the assert, copy and paste that, and we'll try building again, and it actually did run. I really need to have, that's annoying, I didn't mean to try and run it yet. Well, there's no harm in it. The breakpoint was annoying, I removed that. Oh look, it works. Okay, cool. So, refactoring is, I've now moved a little bit of code here. Not much left in here. I want to create another file for this part. This is the API at the object level, which goes above the socket level. And then I'll make another level, which is the actual, game or the thing I'm actually working with. So for this, we're going to add a new item, which is going to be a C++ file, and then we're going to annoying source, and we're going to delete it. It's because it's like this inconsistent APIs, user interfaces. Like do new item and I go, okay, add, and it could ask my name. In this case, you have to put the name in before you do the add. What this one is going to be called? Well, let's see, because I had socket. I don't know what to call it. This is going to contain code that communicates with the nugget window. I've got init viewer, make viewer. Yeah, we're going to call this nugget window. Why not? There we are. CPP file. I'm putting capitalizations in file names. It's a bad habit from working with Unity. This is just going to contain this code here. We paste that in, and then we'll go through the same routine. Init network is not defined, and that's because I need to include socket.h. Ow. Let's try that. String is not a member of std. Yeah, that's because I need to include string. Sleep identifier not found. That's because in order to have sleep, I need to include one of these. Who knows? See, that's the thing you get. I've got no idea which one. It's probably because it happened to be included by something that needed it, whatever. But what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to, because I don't want to include system files unless I have to. What I can do, very good idea, is create another file. Notice I'm actually splitting the project into multiple files, not because of the size of the files. That's the classic reasoning, isn't it? Is when the file gets too big, split it up. No, you can have the file any size you like. That's not really the problem. The problem is when you put all your code in one file and then you have 3 billion headers that need to be compiled every time. So I'm splitting up on the basis of keeping my header files under control. This is a fantastic philosophy, because if you guide your architecture by the principle of keeping your header files under control, what you end up with is much easier and better to work with code, much better code quality. It actually, believe it or not, is a good heuristic for creating a good software architecture. This is what I've found. It's what I used to teach as well. You know, like good header file discipline results in good code. So even though these files are quite small, I'm splitting them just on the basis of what I need to. I like sleep. I mean, who doesn't? I don't get enough of it. But no, I like the command sleep. This guy. Where did I put it? Here. This. Sleep. This command sleep is very, very useful. It basically puts the process to sleep for a certain amount of time. But in order to use it, there's going to be some behemoth of a header file that needs to be included. So what I'm going to do to avoid that problem is I'm going to do a new item, which is a new C++ file, and it's going to be called system.cpp. And this is how you, it's this kind of thing prevents. Now I'm creating a file called sleep. Problem is that now we end up with like problems in namespaces and clashes and so on. So this is the only thing, is like I'm not using namespaces at the moment. I could use them in the end, but what I'm going to do is actually I'm pretty reluctant to think about objects and classes. I'm not going to use classes unless I have to, especially because this project is actually quite small and it's not really a problem to avoid using classes. Headers are horrible. They are utterly horrible. They're the weakest point of C++ and C. But you know, as I said, what I learned is if you are disciplined with them, it enforces good software principles. So when I cottoned onto that, then it was like, oh, okay. Not so bad after all. But they're terrible because what you're doing, if you let them become a mess, you end up invariably with problems that you're trying to use a function and you can't figure out which header you need to include. Then you include the header, and then there's something in the header like a macro which conflicts with something else. It's like, don't use the macro new in capitals NEW. If you create the macro new NEW in capitals in your code and then include windows.h, things will break, and they won't break in an obvious way. Another problem is the one of you get some kind of weird error because there's a header missing. It doesn't tell you which header because it can't. The compiler can't. So one of the things that I do these days is use defines and hash ifs and hash error to check that prerequisite headers have been included, and if not, it prints an error message and say this module requires bleh. This is different from the approach of including headers within the headers, because you could just have the module include the header automatically. And I say no to that, because in the end it just becomes horrible. You don't get a view on which headers are included. I tend to use the rule, avoid using headers inside headers. Always list all the headers you need at the top of your CPP and do it yourself. Do not rely on headers being included inside headers, and then make it so that headers know and declare which other headers are required, so the programmer gets a clear error if the header is not, available or is not there. And then to fix it, the programmer then has to manually include the appropriate header as requested at the top of the CPP file, where he can see or she can see clearly and precisely all of the headers and the order in which they're included, so that when you get one of those weird bugs, compilation bugs, due to a conflict or problem with a header somewhere, you can actually debug it. And you debug it by commenting out the headers and hash-ifing out your code in that module. And you can get to a point where you're sure it will compile because it's empty or almost empty, and then you start introducing the headers a bit at a time, maybe divide and conquer technique, and by doing this you can find out which header is actually really causing the problem. Because if you've ever spent the time trying to figure out, it's an absolute nightmare. Especially because the tools are very poor at telling you. They're really poor at telling you which one it is. I mean, in Visual Studio, it's hard enough to know when you get an error exactly which file it was associated with. If it's inside headers, it says you have an error in foo blah blah blah.h. It's like foo blah blah blah.h. What's that? That must be some kind of system file. Okay, well, thank you very much for telling me that there's an error in this header. It must be caused by some conflict with something else. The error is not in the header file, it's somewhere else. So please tell me which file was being compiled, which CPP was being compiled that generated this error. And you're sitting there looking for it, and it's like... So this is what I learned to do, is do it this way. I'm creating now system.cpp, which is going to have a thing called system sleep, and this is going to call function sleep, and it's going to take, oh dear, it's a D
Hello,
word.
Dino.
Yes, that's right. I think we need to cast this to a D word, whatever it is, and then this is time in milliseconds. I'll call it ms then. But I really hate using D word. So what I'm just going to do is use a long. MS is going to be fine for my purposes. So this will also mean that not only can I use sleep, but wrap a system function, I can also deal with any casting that's required to get it back to some kind of semblance of sanity in terms of standards. Now, I'm going to do hash include. And I'm going to take a guess. I've got to, because which one is it? No, I'm not taking a guess. In order to use sleep, I want to know which header I'm supposed to include. I'm going to include only that header. So I'm going to go and search for sleep Windows. Sleep Windows call. Sleep function. And then we can see when we look at this somewhere down here, you know, the most common thing. Oh, sync. Is it sync happy? Sync API? We shall see. So this only needs to include that, hopefully. I'm just going to try building that and see what happens. Sleep identifier not found. Where was that? That was here, which is fine, because what I'm going to do is say I now need to hash include system.h. And now we go cannot open include file system.h. Why? Because I haven't created that header yet. So let's go to add a new item, which is going to be called system.h, because it's a header file. I'm going to add it. There we go. Get rid of the pragma once. This is going to be declaring this function here, which we're going to go and take that. And, oh, boom, there we are in this thing. And this requires no headers because, see, that's why I'm not putting D word in there. If I put D word, I would need to include whatever D word is. Long is good enough, and there I don't need any headers inside this header. Right, now I'm going to try this again. We go sleep identifier not found. Why is that? Well, I include because I've actually changed the name of it to system sleep. And there we are. Init viewer. Init viewer is not found. This is from the main. The reason that is not found is because init viewer is now in nugget window.cpp. I need to create therefore nugget window.h. So we create header file here, and it's going to be nugget window.h. I'm going to add that in. Get rid of the pragma once. Flipping heck. And then let's go to nugget window.cpp init viewer. Hang on, what was the error? Yeah, init viewer, that's correct. So we're going to take this, pop it in here. There we are. Like so. Build that. What have we got? Init viewer is identified as not found. Why not? Well, because I did set up the thing, but now I need to include system.h. So I've done that. Come on. There we are. And go again. What's the next error? Init viewer identifier not found. Why have I still got that identifier not found? This is static. It should not say static. But I don't think that would be the problem. It's still not found. Can't find init viewer even though system.h says system sleep. Oh, because I didn't include nugget window.h, did I? Yeah. Nugget window. Why are you please keyboard, why are you putting two? Seriously. Hash include, what are you doing? La 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 la, two quotes. You bloomin' trolling me. You're having a laugh, aren't you? Two quotes. Think, think you're gonna do work. Two quotes. Think you're gonna do work. Two quotes. I'm not going to look at that. I have no idea why that's suddenly happening. Make cube. That makes me annoyed. Socket. What was it? Well, make cube identifier not found. Because I need to include which file I'm in. Nugget window client. Oh, make cube is nugget window command, which has not been. Oh, and these statics need to go away. Do like so. Nugget window .h. We can add this one in. Why isn't this blueprints? This is because this is the code that connects over the network to the viewer. I was only using Unreal to create a networked graphic terminal. I've made it. So I'm not doing Unreal right now. Right now, I am making a library to drive the code to drive the viewer. This is the framework that then I'll put into the Phi project. The Phi project also doesn't need Unreal. So let's see. I'm going like this. Error, no target architecture. Whoa, we've got a random error. Well, look at this. Exactly what I was talking about. We've got some random header file problem in systems.cpp. And it's some file I don't include. So I need to know which file was included by this file. I can't see it. There's a way of turning that on. When you turn it on, you end up with spam. So it's like, unfortunately, I've got a good guess as to what that is. If I look at this, I can see here system.cpp looks like what it was doing. So the only thing there is this, you can't include this by itself. So therefore the documentation was wrong. So what we're going to do is win64 sleep function header file. It's because that needs some other header. Sleep function in Windows using C. Windows.h. Get lost. I'm not including Windows.h unless I actually have to. Windows.h, WinBase. Include Windows.h. All right. This is because when you're programming on Windows, in the end, it forces you to include Windows.h at some point. Let's have a look at how long it takes to compile system.cpp. We can just go over here and say, compile. You see that? It's practically empty. Now, believe it or not, you might say that isn't long, but if you have a project where it is about a second, right, to do that. If you've got a project that has 200 files, that's 200 seconds of that. just but the fortunate thing is that it doesn't matter anymore. I am able to use the sleep command by calling my system sleep, and then this windows.h only gets involved when compiling this file and only take the hit when I'm modifying this specific file only. So it's not really a problem. There was a Win32, 64 now. Where are you? Nugget window client. This Win32, 32 Lean and mean. Okay. I'm going to go to system and try to set this define. But I mean, the define has to be before Windows.h actually. So this define is, I was copying code. That's actually really does nothing. So let's see. Lean and mean. Maybe it's faster to compile now. Not really seeing much difference. Oh, wait a minute. It is a bit faster. Right. Now, if I get rid of the lean and mean, let me try to compile it. Yeah, it's definitely a little bit faster when you do that. Okay, so it succeeded in compiling. But what's going to happen here is this sleep I'm going to use system sleep instead. It doesn't really matter. I mean, this is probably going to include Windows.h no matter what anyway. But again, I shouldn't be needing to edit this file very often. And then if I go and look at socket.cpp, no. Nugget window.cpp, yeah, here I'm using the system sleep. Let's have a look at how long it takes to compile Nugget window. That still took a long time. I'm sad about that. It's a little faster now because the headers are probably being cached. But one of these is probably slowing that down. More than likely it's string, because that's going to be some gigantic mess. I can probably bypass that just to check on the compile time. If I go to and compile, right. So here's a demonstration. So what this is saying to me is, Dino, you don't want to use string because of the compile time overhead. Yes, I am that fussy. Make my own string wrapper. Maybe. I mean, not now. It's not super critical now, I guess. But yeah, I suppose I have to have a think about that. But you see, like, if I get rid of this and I compile, it's almost instant. It's just, it's very, very fast. It's like 1/10 of a second or something. Then I include string.h, and my computer, with all of its power, modern technology and all of that, even though I'm not even using it, if I'm not using anything in string, it still takes that time. So we can do compile on here. And look at that. So I'm going to keep using it, but it's just interesting to note. Only better than putting Windows.h in there. Right, so this is all working, is it? Let's see. We'll try it out. And that refactor was successful, as the cube is now spinning again. Now, if I'm working in this file and I make a change and then I exit this, I hit F5, Let's try that again. That is noticeably faster on the startup. And the thing to bear in mind as well is that, yeah, it might be a small project now, but these things scale up. And the projects become slower and slower over time. So, you know, don't waste time at the start, and then you recover that. You get a return on your investment. And that startup there, that thing, is happening with a compilation of string, which if I get rid of that, we get I'm going to time that. So without using string, it was about 1.2 seconds. Thing is, though, I could. What's cool is that none of the code that I'm doing is dependent on the Windows platform, which means that I could actually use like the GNU compiler. I could use GCC, I could use Ming, I could use something else that I power from the command line, and then I could get it down even faster than this. Right, but this is about as fast as I can get it using using Visual Studio. The dream is, of course, to be able for any changes to be instantaneous, which technologically speaking should be entirely possible. Anyway, so I've done that little bit of refactoring, and now what do we want? Make cube. Right, I don't like the way I constructed this. I want to do a. You know, I could just not use string. It's not needed. I wrote some code for a replacement for this that used sprintf, but it was totally. Oh, I should try and find that piece of code again. But in this case, it doesn't. It really doesn't matter too much, because I can static send buffer. No, static char send buffer size hash define send buffer size 4096. Should be more than enough for anybody. Then is it nsprintf? I can't remember now. SN printf, sorry. SN printf. Standard io.h. buffer, send buffer, comma, send buffer size, comma, rot percent s, comma 001 name a apply rot \n, comma a, should be a D, send string, send buffer. It's actually clearer, cleaner code. There is this issue that I have a hardwired limit, but you can get around that by writing your own version of snprintf that uses expands the buffer if you need more space. I have one of those in my Nugget C project. I can dig out that in the future. Yeah, so not really a problem right now. And there isn't any danger of overwriting memory if I use snprintf and specify the buffer size. So there it is. Now I'm not using string. There we go. What do we want to do now? I'm going to work on this API a little bit. Very simple. We're going to make a cube. We're going to operate with a name now, because that's the way this works. We make a cube, we give it a name. We can also then give it a position. And for that, I would need a vector. I haven't got a vector class at this time. Let's add that to this API by going to nugget window.h. I'm going to define a structure which is going to contain 3 floats. I did use CompuServe. That was a long time ago. Why? Are you trying to find what I posted on CompuServe? If you look on there, you probably will find some posts from me on CompuServe. There was a on CompuServe there was a thread, whatever they called it. It was called a tenner a month, and it was a project for people to contribute £10 a month in order to get a internet connection. This was before ISPs were a thing. I remember that. In fact, I had the earliest ISPs. They were just, what they would do is they would provide email, for example, and other services, but without actually allowing you to connect your computer to the network. I remember calling one of these companies that I used for that. I probably, yeah. I called. I remember having a call to chat with them about 1990, 91. I said to them, "Excuse me." I said, "Hi. Is there? Have you got a way for me to actually hook up my computer to the internet?" And he said, "Pardon me? You want to actually put my computer on the internet? Rather than just having to get the email, I've got a Unix system here. It would be great if this Unix system could just be connected to the internet so that I can use the Unix, software to get my email and so on." Sort of pause. No, well, we don't have anything like that. Well, that was about 91. Well, there we are. That was me asking for the internet, and within a couple of years, the internet happened exactly like that. That's funny. In fact, so a tenner a month went into the first British internet service provider. I can't remember their name. I can't remember their name now. It was famous. First one. And it started there. CompuServe. A tenner a month. Anyway. Yeah, that's right. But CompuServe was a paid, in effect, a bulletin board system. Do you remember AOL? America Online. So, it's funny because because again, that was another bulletin board system in effect. And the internet was coming, and it was a threat to the BBSs. So what AOL did was they tried to solve this problem by competing with the internet. I remember going to the cinema, you would see adverts for films and so on. There would be these AOL keyword. We all need to have an AOL keyword. Yeah, you've got to have your keyword. AOL CDs came in the post. Yeah. Oh, really? So the lag must have been of that connection must have been really, really, really bad. AOL keyword. I remember cringing every time I saw that. I said, "Don't you understand? You can't segregate it. It's not possible. What's the point of the AOL keyword when you can just go to a search engine?" What was the first search engine I used? There was a paid service. Has somebody made... Hey, Gareth. Oh, that was you. AOLC. I'm sorry, I didn't quite spot. I thought it was Mike still. Oh. Does anybody have a paid search service? I think that could be a great business model. Now, don't laugh. Because the problem is that our search facility of something like Google, it's Alta Vista. No, CompuSeek. Infoseek was the first one that I used. But you know, if they just stuck it out, we need it. We need to pay. I pay to have a internet search engine. If it meant that, you know, I don't have any. There's no tracking. There's no cookie stuff. I mean, you know, it just, you can search for things without any of that worry. Why not? And then the other side of it as well is that the search engines, which I'm finding it increasingly frustrating to find things that I want. It's just, it's all driven by algorithms, so therefore you always just find whatever's the most popular, you know. So in the end, the information that we see is guided by algorithms. So we're actually being programmed by the we think we program AI algorithms, but the actual AI algorithms are programming us, really, because they feed the information. Not they do this in a kind of this. I'm not saying this in a they're sentient and they're out to get us. It's just an effect that comes from the way it works. There's an algorithm and we consume the output of the algorithm, and we are being programmed by the algorithm in effect, you know. But if there was a search service that you paid for, it would need to actually be good as well. That's where the problem lies. But then the search results don't need to be guided by popularity necessarily anymore. There'll be no adverts. I wouldn't be buying something to find that the algorithm is trying to sell me it all over again. You have that? It drives me nuts. And I can see from adverts that I get that something has been paying attention to what I've been doing. You know? It's just really annoying. Apart from anything, I wouldn't mind adverts if they were genuinely finding things I was interested in. But they're not there to serve me. They're there to serve Google. So the algorithms don't need to be tuned to be good for any individual. They just need to be tuned to such a way that it generates revenue. And so that's why they're not really effective. So yeah, maybe the time is there. Google was better about 2 or 3 years ago. Something changed. Yeah, I think that it's inevitable that it's optimization. Yeah, exactly. Why did Google drop the "Don't be evil" motto? Because Google got taken over by people who found that embarrassing. Why would they find that embarrassing? Even if they aren't evil, it's still just why? What's it? So you know, maybe they should just go the whole way and say, if they are not prepared to say "don't be evil," they'll just come out and say evil is okay. Just I mean, yeah, really strange. Anyway, right, so back to this business here. So I'm creating a structure which I'm going to call vector. I'm actually right. Okay, so I am actually going to start using namespaces now, which you don't get in C. But I'm going to use them because I want to call this vector, but that is exceeding the bounds of acceptability for me.
Hello, Dino.
I really should call vector 3. That's a bit better. So this is all going to be in a namespace, which is nugget window. And then do that. Well, you know, I'm going to try building it and then I'll get some errors. Yes, I want to stop debugging. Based on Bing search. I'm not going to use. I'm sorry. I've got very little patience for anything. Product by Microsoft. They're going to have to go a really long way to convince me that it's going to be any good. Too many bad experiences. Init viewer, identifier not found, and it's not found because now it is inside a namespace. So I can say using namespace nugget window. Then they get an unresolved external symbol. Nugget window init viewer. The reason for that is that the implementation also needs to be namespace nugget window. Whoop. Hey Mark. CRX. Privacy respecting meta search engine. That's interesting. Distributed source search. Never tried this before, but what I'm interested in, by the way, is just the ease of finding something I really, you know, good quality results for anything I want to search for. So the reason for privacy for me is only that I don't want the searches to be modified by what an algorithm thinks it is that I want to see. So I've got to try something like let's try an Unreal query. How to make a latent action in C++ Unreal blueprint. Oh my god, this is brilliant. Oh, and it's a meta search engine. It's actually, oh, 1984's already happened, Mark. It happened in 1984. It's been here a long time. You know how you know when it was around? You just need to think about the scandal of, like for example, of Jimmy Savile. You, that was just horrific, and the connections with government. This is in the Thatcher years. Margaret Thatcher was totally aware of the activities of certain people. So it is rumoured to be said, telling one MP that they needed to clean up their act, you know. Can you tell me if that isn't 1984 in the 1980s? In 1984, we've been in 1984 since 1984. If they're really clever about it, they do that and you don't even realise, you see. But this, it's got here, DuckDuckGo, I see. And this search result, this is brilliant. Oh, Google, goodbye, Google. These are great results. Creating latent actions for blueprints in C++, creating a blueprint function library in C++, creating latent functions for blueprints in C++, custom latent delayed blueprint function in C++, make native C++ code in blueprint. Okay. Now, as I get down here, the bit that I was really interested was latent. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 strong hits, and they're right at the top. Download the results. Let's try another one. How to clear the output window Unreal by script. That's a bit weird, but see what happens. Clear output log. Clear the output area. Not so good on this one. How to clear output log. Automatically Unreal. A Java program to find your interesting. I'm going to keep an eye on that. So, unresolved external symbol make cube. What's wrong with that? Nugget window make cube. Here it is. Oh, because it was a void. Okay, I'm going to come back get to that in a minute. Yeah. So, right. So now that I've done that, I can just call it vector3, and I'm using namespaces. There's really no reason not to use namespaces. Float x, float y, float z is my vector3. So my function here, make cube, is going to take a vector3. I might as well do a const vector3 position, but I'm also going to provide a name, const char star name. And so the other thing I'm going to do is this send string, I'm going to make a function here called send string format, or just send format because it's local, I don't need to. And so this is going to be char const char star str hash include I think I'm going to try and do can I remember this without looking it up? svn printf. VSN printf. There we go. This, we need to specify a buffer. Send buffer. Send buffer size. No, I can't remember how to. I can never remember how to do vararg functions. I always have to look them up. I don't do it frequently enough to remember them. Where was that search thing gone? No, interesting. Where did that come from? Oh, VSN printf example. Okay, so what we have to, yeah, this was something else. So we take this args, this should be str VSM printf, send buffer size str args. What does p-error do? I don't know what p-error is. Interesting. I've really not used that before. Let's just keep that in there and see what happens. And we can do VA end args. So this little thing here now allows me to, instead of saying send string, I can send format, and we're going to make a cube, position %s, %f, 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 name, %s, pos.x, pos.y, pos.z, name. That's really elegant. Later on, when I want greater efficiency, then I can use something more compact. But for now, good night, Gareth. Thanks for tuning in. For now, what I want to do is just this. So this make cube becomes a one-liner. I need to update the definition of this in nuggetwindow.h. Oh. Better. And if we try that, we'll get an error. Cannot include file args.h. Yeah, because actually, I can't remember now. Standard arg, that was it. Standard arg, got that. That's it. Next. Buffer undeclared identifier, yes, because it's actually send buffer. Next. Missing type specifier into assumed. Hmm? I don't understand. It's one of these cryptic errors. Missing type specifier int assumed. Note C++ does not support default int. Right, it's because I haven't included nuggetwindow.h. I didn't include its own header. So in fact, the real problem was vector3 wasn't defined. Nugget window, no make cube function does not take 0 arguments. That's true because now I need to supply a name. Is A. And I also need to supply a position vector3 0, 0, 100. And so there we are. I initialize the viewer. So this ultimately is the API that's being used here. At the end of the day, initialize the viewer, make a cube, call it A, put it as 0, 0, 100. That we have. Function style cast cannot convert from initializer list to nugget window vector3. Really? Ah, yes. Why? Because I don't have a constructor. I can do that, but let's make a constructor. Vector3. Where was the header? Oh, but then if I make a constructor, then that's so ugly. Make a constructor. Make an inline constructor. That's absolutely fine. No problem. I'm not using any, causing any header file includes. So I can say vector3 float x, float y, float z, x, x, y, y, z, z. Succeeded. Let's try running this and see what happens. Not a lot. Right, so let's come back to this and on send format. Oh, because I didn't call send string. Send a string? No, this isn't Rent a Ghost. Send a string. Send buffer. There be a cube. It's kind of, the orientation seems a little weird. Yes, no, it's because it's rotated according to the light, because yes. So what we'll do then is also const axis angle axis. So rotation expressed as an angle axis. Rot percent f, percent f, percent f, percent f. Rot dot a comma rot dot x rot rot dot y comma rot dot z error. Missing type specified because it doesn't actually know the angle axis. It doesn't exist yet. Let's create our angle axis class. Angle axis, which consists of float A and 3 vectors there. Float A. Next problem. Syntax error namespace. Really? Why? Because in fact, here's a problem with headers. The error actually is not in this file at all. It's in header nugget window.h. Probably. Because that's weird. It's like, why would namespace be a problem? The only way this would be a problem is if there's a problem in here. And usually that's because of mismatched parentheses. Float A, vector 3. Oh, it's a constructor, so that needs to say angle axis. Could that really be it? These error messages, they're just insane. Overloaded function differs only by return type. That is true. I've got to take this new signature of this make cube and paste it in here. No, I copied you. And go. Overloaded function only differs in... I was looking at the wrong thing maybe. And that was due to a missing semicolon. Hey, Tropical! Thank you. I got there in the end. The lag. But, you know, the error messages make no sense at all. This does not take 2 arguments. That's true. It takes 3 arguments. Angle, axis, and they're going to take, say, 0. Like so. Let's try that. So there's our cube. Here's looking at you, cube. Let's rotate this cube 45 degrees around the x-axis, z-axis. There we go. And there will be our cube. See? This is now turning into quite a nice little API for my what looks like a graphics library, but it's not really a graphics library. It's a it's a remote viewer. It's a graphics terminal. This, you connect to it over the network and do stuff to it, and you see it here. So you can say make a cube, turn the cube. Really great. And so I can make more cubes. But I'm just sort of hiding the network API protocol. I can create a second cube called B. Its position is going to be, say, 100 in X. We'll find out where X is. Oh, X is going away from us, the current way that we're facing right now. So try again. So what is the scale? I'm just going to look at this and see, did something set the scale? I don't know. Like that was supposed to be 100. Would be the width of the cube. Unless the cube is scaled. So here's a cute thing. I want to now figure out what happened there, because I was expecting the distance between the 2 cubes to be sort of like a cube width. I'm going, huh? Now here's the beauty of this system, right? Just bear in mind, we're looking at the scene. The result of what I did, you can still see it even though the program has exited. This program's finished, it's done, but we can still see it. And then what we can do is, to help diagnose it, we can connect to the same scene using Netcat. And I know that these 2 cubes are called A and B. Now if I use some other weird ass protocol, like for example ask the viewer to create a cube, and the cube is created and a token is generated for it, and the token is handed back like a sacred artifact to the program that wants to just move cubes, and it's got that, and it says thank you so much, server. You know, when I wish to move the cube, I will use this sacred token. It's all nonsense, really. It's much better to use the thing where I ask the server to create a cube and I tell you what it's called. So I'm telling these cubes are called A and B. See, the point about doing that now is that even though the program has completely terminated, I can still move the cubes. So, you know, I can say position 0, 0, 0, right? And then I can do name A. So I'm working on A, and then I do apply position. So this will apply position to, and bingo. Show me doing that without this architecture. I'm debugging what happened after it happened by investigating the state of the world after the program finished. So can you imagine how useful this would be for debugging? It's like the program is going on, you're playing a game, right? Ba-di-da-di-da, playing a game, it crashes. Oh no. What have you left with? If you're lucky, you've got a stack trace. What good is that? If you've got this architecture, you can actually go fly, you could set up the viewer. I don't have the facility yet, but you could set up the viewer to just, you can fly around the scene that crashed. You can go and look at the world and check what state it was in. In this case, you know, you could, and then not only that, you could move them. So it'd be like, that's weird, isn't it? Why did it crash? Well, the error message says that, you know, there is still an enemy left in the level. Really? Well, that's a bit strange, isn't it? Any idea where it is? Well, I think it's somewhere over there a bit. Okay, let's take a look. I can't see it at all. Hey, hang on a moment. Can you try removing that building? Yeah, okay, we'll hide the building. Just send a command to hide the building. And there's the enemy. It was sitting behind it. And you can see that it's sort of like in a weird pose, because there was also an animation bug. And then you've got more information about what the problem was, and so on and so on. This is heaven. So why don't we make our games this way? You tell me. I'm going to try. That's my dream, is to be able to make games this way. So, what we can see here is that originally I made the cube and then positioned the cube 100 up. And you can see that the 100, because I moved it now to the origin, the lower one of the two cubes, color red. No, it's not color red. It's cull red. That's better. Apply cull. Oh, it did change the color. Well, right, because you're thinking it's gone wrong again. No, it's actually I went wrong, because color red. It doesn't know what red is. I need to say color 100. Now that's weird. There's a little baguette there. How did it change? It's probably because that was probably triggered by the error that was internally generated when I said color red. I wasn't expecting it to change its color until I applied the color. I wonder what can I make it green? Can I? This is weird that it's just changing the color like that. What happens? Can I change the color of the other cube? Can I? Let's see. Name B. Oh, there's some weird stuff going on here. It seems to be wanting to always apply. Apply pos. Oh, right. Pause. I'm playing now. 500 Name A. Yeah, I think there's a bug in the viewer. Control command reset. Let's just pretend that didn't happen, right? And now, having done that, I can just go back and run my thing again. So now this time they're both red. The reason they're both red is that when I give a reset command, it clears the scene, but it does not reset the last remembered colors. So now the default color is red for everything. So one of the things I want to do in this is send to to oh, that's hilarious. Dear me. Right. Okay. Right. Make. No. We're going to reset the position. We're going to reset the rotation. We're going to reset the color. We're going to reset the scale because I suspect that the scale was not reset. So something scaling happened, and now we're looking at everything is getting scaled. So when I do a reset, it's going to change reset the state of position, rotation, color, and scale, and then it makes the light. Oh, and that light had a rotation. So I tell you what, let's make the light first, and then actually let's set the position to 0, the color to white, the scale to 111, make a light with a particular rotation, reset the rotation. And we proceed from there. So let's try that. So I run the program ran and stopped. And that's kind of interesting. The cubes are all the way over there now. So I think there was something that was not quite right. But now they look like 100 away from each other. We're going to set this to 400. We should end up with 2 separated cubes, which we've got. And then I'm going to make a third cube, C, and that's going to be 800. And we now have 3 cubes named A, B, and C. Again, the program has run and is now terminated, but I can still go and manipulate this scene. If I go to here and use netcat. So I'm going to say position 0, 0, 300. Name A. Apply position. Position 0, 400, 300. Name B. Apply position. That's looking good. Position 0, 800, 300. I'm just basically that 300 is moving the thing upwards. Name C. Apply position. So that's cool. I'm going to just do a full little test of this. Thanks, Tropical. doing a full little test of this to see if, because there was something weird happening with the color. We'll just try that out. But yeah, if you Tropical, if you didn't follow, or anyone who has just joined, what's basically happening here is this is a standalone, very small project using Windows sockets to communicate with this directly instead of from the command line here. From instead of from Netcat. And just testing stuff. So I want to see if we get back to that. Right, so I want to see if I can change the scale. So if I do scale is going to be 1,1,4. Name A, apply scale. And that seems good. Scale 4,1,1. Name B, apply apply scale. Scale 1,4,1. Name C, apply scale. So that's all working fine. Let's try some rotations. Rotation 30 degrees. This is an absolute rotation actually as well. It's not sort of rotating from the current. It's setting the rotation from the default rotation, twisting 30 degrees around the Z-axis in this case. For cube A, apply rotation, apply rot. Unknown command. And it's probably because I've got various times using the arrow keys. So I've got non-printable characters in there. Let's try that. There we go. So that caused a rotation of the first. And then we try rotation of 60 degrees around axis Z. Name B, apply rot. Rotation 90 degrees around the Z-axis for C, apply rot. So that's all working really well. Very happy with that. Now let's try the color. Color 100. Name A, apply color. And so that's turned red. 010, which is green. Name B, apply color. Oh, this is working now. But I'm just going to do a color by itself. Okay, so there is a bug in there is a bug which I didn't notice before. If I just change the attribute of something by itself, it just should change the internal memory, the setting for color internally, but not apply it. For some reason it's also applying it when that happens. This is not a biggie because now I'm aware of it. I can just not do that, but technically it's not working to spec at the moment. I actually know what the bug is. I've just worked it out. It's because it hasn't cleared the apply. I thought, yeah, it hasn't cleared the apply. That's exactly the problem. So what I need to do is, after an apply command, is clear the apply variable. Otherwise it stays set and it keeps applying all the time. So there we go. it's not a big problem at all, because it's not going to affect it if you do it all in one line. It only is a problem if you do this standalone thing. You only do this standalone thing when you're doing it manually for debugging anyway. So that's absolutely fine. We're going to go and change that back to green. That's all. Here, boom. And then we can say color 001 name. Hey, Bobby, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Apply color. And so there we have red, green, and blue. So everything is working absolutely fine. Now let's try some other shapes, actually. But I'm going to do them in here because that was the whole point. So if I rerun this, it got reset. What we're going to do now is change this make cube to, yes, make sphere. Oh, I don't have that yet. I'm going to get a make sphere undefined identifier. I'm going to add that to our API. You just incrementally work your way through these things. Make sphere. That's all there. We come to Nugget window here, and these are going to be really easy to add. There's make sphere, and instead of make cube we say make sphere, and now that should work. There it is, sphere. And we're going to make cone. 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 Gotta change share. Right. New chair. We're going to make cone. Can't name, position, it's all the same. On here, make cone. Let's run that. And we have a cone. And make sphere, make cone, make cylinder. Yeah, make ourselves a cylinder. We can just yeah, like a cylinder. Like so. It's actually not going to make it yet. We have to. Oh, right. It probably made it. But, oh, yes, it did make it. It put it on top of something else. We're going to go and do this one at 0 400. Let's see. Donk. There's a cylinder. Take care, Bobby. Cheers. We can think the other one that I've got is a plane. Make a plane. This is, got to call it plane. And the position is going to be there. There's the angle axis. Now, of course, there's the question of scale, isn't there? We might as well just put them in for now. Scale. I mean, this is just on the create function. So all of these are going to have to be like so. Except the plane, I'm going to make this bigger, 10 by 10. Make plane. I'm going to go to nugget window here. We need to make one of these. Going to do make plane. These also need to take a scale. Put that in there. There. Scale. Go from there to there. And oh. No. Again, yeah, paste. No, look, I'm copying the comma. I have copied the comma. All right. So I go here and there we are. And the end result of all of this is, I think I've almost. Oh, let's just hit. I think there's an error in there. Yeah. It's unresolved as make plane. I hadn't made that yet. I knew I'd forgotten something. We need to make it make plane like so. And this just needs to say plane. And now I'm able to say what thing I want. Was there an error? Oh, no, everything's fine. It made the plane, it's just there. It hasn't scaled the plane though. That's a bit weird. So let's go back to there. It should have been 10, but oh, because I haven't changed the command here. These commands This is very repetitious, but what we could do is constant char star command template equals and put a string in here. We can then go like this. Now I can say command template So same thing happens here. Command template, and here. Command template, and here. Command template, and here. Command template. But what this means is that cube becomes replaced with %s, and now I can just go cube into like so. Cube, sphere, cone, cylinder, plane, and I need to extend this for the scale. Scale percent f comma percent f comma percent f. Thinking about how to refactor this to make this a little less repetitious, but that's one of the advantages of just doing this without, you know, worrying too much initially. Now I can see I've got a better sense of how to refactor this, what kind of architecture to put in place to remove, you know, repetition and so on. And you're always easier to figure that out when you actually have it in front of you instead of trying to guess. Like playing to, though it's good in chess, for example, to think ahead, moves ahead. You can't think ahead the entire game. You shouldn't try to think ahead the entire game from the beginning. As things reveal themselves as you move along, right? Let's see how this goes. It didn't like something. Assertion missing new line in command string. Abort. That's really handy. That thing. What happened there? There's my new line. Missing new line. How dare you? There's no missing new line. It's here. Okay, well, we can try running it and let's have a look in the debugger. Oh, you're supposed to take me to the code. Let's have a look at the call stack. Oh dear me. That's why I hate debuggers. It's like just, yeah, it's not. That didn't work, did it? Maybe I had the wrong thing. Is it ignore? On send string, I'll put a breakpoint in there. See what happens. Con reset. It was okay with that. The next one was, yeah, that's okay. And then we have, that's all right. And then we have that one. And then there's this one. Happy. Oh. Okay, run this again. Right, and then this one. It says command template. Oh, I think there's a very silly typo in there that I must have done for that. It's sort of literally. Command template in quotes. That's not going to do it at all. There we are. So we've got a plane and our shapes. The plane, and and the camera is pointing in a particular direction as well, isn't it? So maybe I want to sort of set the camera position to somewhere nice. Off here. Right. Nugget window client. Nugget window. Up here. We want to set the let's see. Where's the camera positioned? Right, this is where I can just go interactive by using this command line again. I'm going to try moving the camera. Cam is the special name for the camera. Position. Let's move it along. Let's move it on the. Oh. Let's set the rotation of the camera to 0. Name cam. Apply rotation. Oh, maybe it's already there. What is the rotation I've applied on? Oh, all the objects are being rotated. Yeah, that's why. It's all sort of confusing me. Right, let's try this again. Disconnect from there, please. There we go. Run the scene again. Okay, so there's no rotations, and I'm actually the camera has a default orientation. Its position, for some reason, it's at an offset. So what I want to do is going into the distance is actually Y. This is unreal coordinates, which is mind numbing. No, I don't need to create a camera because the camera is already there. Let's go into, yeah, we're going to send a string, which is going to be name, camera, position, 0, 500, 0. Apply position, \n. This hopefully will move the camera or generate a huge list of errors. Something happened in... Must have... Huh? No matching token found. What are you talking about? Oh, that's what you're talking about. Oh, I lost a brace. Right. You can't see anything. Let's see if I can fix that, because clearly the rotation that I've made is, well, the position and position of the camera is wrong to see the scene. Go to the where are you? There you are. Right. Name cam. Position 500. Let's try 000. Apply position. You should be able to see the plane. Oh no, the plane's at 0. Okay. Position 0, 0, 100. Apply position. The camera was exactly level with the plane, so it couldn't see anything. Now I want to move the camera backwards. I suspect that this is 0, right. Well, let's see what happens if I move it a bit. So if I go like 50, 0, 50, 100. Apply position. Oh, Y is what we normally think of as X. So in fact it's X that we normally think of as Z. 0. Let's do 50, 0, 100. Apply position. This moved the thing forward. So what I want to do is position of minus position of minus the width of the plane. You mean the thickness of the plane? Or the plane itself is 10 meters by 10 meters right now. And the thickness of it is 0. Minus 500 0, 0. Apply position. Ah, right. But now I need to lift it off the plane a little bit. Right. 0, 200. Let's try. Apply position. Okay, now we're getting there. Position minus 800. 0, 200. Apply position. Position 1200. 0, 200. Apply position. I'm going to go for, I think, one thing. I just want some reasonable values. That looks pretty reasonable. Because it's a mathematical plane. Because this being a game, being an engine, a graphics engine is basically stores everything as mathematical constructs, and so the plane doesn't really exist. It's actually just a mathematical plane, and it has 0 thickness. So when you're looking down the plane, you won't see anything. Now, if on the other hand I was outside the plane, it's possible. It depends very much on the behavior of the rendering engine. So it would be possible perhaps to see something, But in practice, even that, it might just get reduced down to a size of 0. So, in fact, actually probably gets cold. The usual algorithm is that you use a dot product to do backface culling. If you're looking at the underside of the plane, it usually results in a negative value from the dot product, and then you say there's no need to draw this because it's the back face. Whereas with backface culling, you don't draw things which are facing away from you. If that check is less than or equal to, it will also remove, not draw things that are entirely edge on. But in practice, it doesn't make much difference because we're talking about a very specific case. It makes a difference when you're debugging scenes. So this is going to be my default position of the camera that I want, which was minus 1000, 0, 200. Minus 1000, 0, 200. So now if I run this, we should just, there we are, that's great. The other thing I'm going to do is, as far as that plane goes, as you can see, the plane, you can make the plane bigger. The plane is not part of the, it's actually a client side thing, you know, it's like, ow! I feel like somebody just stuck a pin in my toe. We could make, say, this 40 by 40 meter plane. In mathematics, it actually is it actually doesn't have any meaning. So it's actually, I can't answer that question. This question doesn't make sense, mathematically speaking. A plane is defined as, well, there are a few ways of defining a plane. So let me see, that's a good way of defining a plane. You could define a plane as being a, well, all right. In three-dimensional space, you can have any combination of x, y, and z. A plane is any values of x, y, and z such that any vector between any 2 points on a plane are always 90 degrees to the normal of the plane. So basically what that's saying is, if you have a plane, a plane like this, you pick 2 points on the plane and you draw a line between them. That line is going to be at 90 degrees to the normal being, you know, the thing sticking out of the plane at 90 degrees in all directions. So if you have that normal, then you've got one of the things you need to define a plane. Because the normal by itself would just give you an infinite range of planes. So, you know, that, because if you move the plane along the normal like this, then it's still meeting that criteria, that constraint. So the second thing you need to define a plane, as well as the normal, is a point on the plane, any point on the plane. And then from there, if you say this point is on the plane and this is the normal, then you have a plane. And this plane is infinite because that definition has no constraint. It's like you're looking for all the points that are related to each other by being at 90 degrees to the normal, and also that one of the points on the plane goes through, say, here, through there. With those constraints, you've mathematically defined this set of points. But the points are points. I mean, in the sense that, but they're all joined together, right? But if you look at the edge, of the plane, the thickness has no meaning, because anything away from the point of the smallest movement away is no longer true to say that that's in the plane. So the question doesn't have any meaning. It would be right to say in mathematics it would be it's what the definition of a plane is. In other words, planes are defined that way. They have no thickness, because any movement along the normal takes you away from the plane, and therefore by definition isn't part of the plane. Well, that's a good question. Is it legal to sell 30 by 30 planes of pure gold? Well, you can. I can send them to you, actually, if you want. I can send you a 30 foot by 30 foot plane of pure gold to you, if you send a appropriate sum that you feel, whatever you want to contribute, and you do that, say to my Patreon or whatever, and then I'll be quite happy to send you a 30 foot by 30 foot plane of pure gold. It'll be a piece of paper that will have a mathematical representation of a plane. There will be a normal and a position on the plane. I won't need to worry about it fitting in the envelope. It'll come in an envelope, because if that's probably, if I made you a little model, that will do it. So what I can do is just make a little arrow that is like the normal to the plane, right? And you just stick it anywhere you like, actually, and then you can move it around. I mean, it's good to have it portable. I mean, it's not very convenient if you've got a 30 foot by 30 foot plane of pure gold and you can't move it around. So I think what we could do with that is there's a little stand, right, with an arrow on it, and wherever you put that, that's where your 30 foot by 30 foot plane. But I do make it a little bit clearer, or be honest about it, that I will be sending you more than you asked for. It won't be 30 foot by 30 foot. It will be infinite by infinite plane, and it'll also weigh nothing, because. And indeed, it will have no gold. It's because the point is that it's a volume that you want. If you have any actual gold, you need a volume greater than 0. If any of the 3 dimensions is 0, then the volume is 0, no matter how big you make it. So there we are. Oh, my brain hurts. Oh, that's a great question, Mark. Do we appear 0 thickness in a 4-dimensional world?
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, Hal's excited too. That's a brilliant question. Love it. Because if you've got a 2-dimensional world and you're looking at it, that 2-dimensional world has to have 0 thickness. So it will appear flat to us. If there was a 4-dimensional being looking at us in our 3-dimensional world existence, then presumably it would appear flat to them, but it's not the same kind of flatness, in the same way as the flatness to us would have 2 dimensions. To them, the flatness would be a 3-dimensional flatness. You know? Three, yes, curious. So yes, we would appear have 0 thickness in their 4th dimension. Personally, I think that the universe is actually 4-dimensional, but not the 4th dimension isn't time. I mean, but that's the way the thing is with Einstein's stuff, you know. It's like the 4th dimension being time is never really settled with me too well, because why would there be one dimension that behaves differently to the other 3? It feels like a mathematical kind of trick. The other thing is that we can see this 4th dimension. We can sense the 4th dimension, let's put it that way. And the thing we use to recognize the 4th dimension is basically, or time, is basically movement. That movement, without that movement, you can't see time. But this means that for time to even be measurable or acknowledgeable or visible requires movement of a 3-dimensional object. If the object doesn't move, there is no time, by definition. And this doesn't sit very well with me, because it's like, well, surely an object can be at rest. I mean, we're kind of, when we break space down into, you know, Cartesian coordinates and X, Y, Z, we're totally happy with the idea that an object can be stationary. But this idea that the stationary object is still moving through time, we can't stop time. In fact, it's a little more complicated than that, I guess, and gets a bit beyond me, really. But it just doesn't feel right. So what about if the universe is actually 4-dimensional and we simply are not aware of the 4th dimension in the same way as a 2-dimensional creature in a 2-dimensional world would have no comprehension of the 3rd dimension? It would have, we could be looking at these creatures and they'd have no awareness that we're looking at them, because nothing in their, you know, universe, or from their perspective, exists going upwards or downwards. So that made me think, well, okay, well, what if we are actually in, you know, a 3-dimensional universe, which is a layer of a 4-dimensional universe. It's in the same way as I was saying, you know, you can say the 2-dimensional beings in flat world, their world exists on a plane and it's one slice through our 3 dimensions. So then it could be that we are living in a slice of a 4th dimension. Well, this is totally possible. And then gravity could be caused by spinning that 4th dimension. Because if we were to try and simulate, you know how you could try and simulate gravity by using a wheel. You know, this is what Halo, the story, you know, the video game Halo, that world is a ring, and the ring is presumably spinning, and by spinning it creates gravity, right? And so this is done by what this does by spinning is you get centripetal or fugal, whichever force, right? And it creates the impression of gravity because of there's an acceleration. And one thing that Einstein pointed out, and is that you can't tell the difference really between gravity and an acceleration. So, but the problem is if you were just to continue accelerate, so we could say we're just continuing to accelerate in the same direction, right? Somehow in the 4th dimension, but then we just keep getting faster and faster and faster, and that doesn't seem very probable. So what we could do instead is spin the fourth dimension, and by spinning it, then we are potentially creating a three-dimensional thing, and that's how gravity could happen. Unfortunately, I'm not a mathematician, so I can't go much further than just saying, couldn't that be the case? If I was a mathematician, I could do a paper on that, maybe, and then find out, or try, and then find out if in fact that makes sense or not. But to me, it does kind of make sense. And then we would need to figure out everything else. But anyway. Yeah, exactly. A flawed interpretation of a true fourth dimension. And in fact, there are a number of things that just rankle with me. For example, they say things like, we look out into the universe and the light that is hitting us is from 13 billion light years away. We are staring into the beginnings of the Big Bang. I'm going, how? The only way that could happen is if we accelerated away from the Big Bang faster than the Big Bang. So I've never really seen an explanation that I've understood as to, how that's the case. Well, one idea is that, in fact, the speed of light is not constant. It's changed from when the Big Bang first happened. Well, I mean, maybe an easier way to look at it is that it's the fourth dimension that is changing, and this might, from the Big Bang, something was happening with the fourth dimension, which very difficult to understand what, but it would be possible to mathematically model it. But anyway, the point there is that it just feels like the fourth dimension can be a way of explaining how the universe could expand faster than the speed of light. The fourth dimension could also make things like wormholes possible. The folding of space. Because you would fold space in that way, you would need to fold a fourth dimension. Logically, if you've got a, for example, you could take if the universe was two-dimensional and you wanted to sort of do a kind of cheap representation of the idea of warp travel, you just take the piece of paper and you bend it over like this, and you say, see, now this point of space is next to this point in space, and you can just hop across, and there you are. You've traveled faster than the speed of light. But the point is that folding, you're doing it with a piece of paper. Paper is two-dimensional. As soon as you do this fold, the fold itself is into the third dimension. So logically, if you could do something equivalent in a three-dimensional universe, in order to do that, you have to fold it in the fourth dimension. But that can't be time. I don't think. But I'm so out of my depth here. I mean, this is not my area of expertise at all. But what I do like thinking about, I think about these things strategically and then ask a question. There's the question. Someone else can answer it. Yeah. We don't have time for this. Yeah. Time is an illusion. It really is. So now I've got this big plane And I kind of want to make you can't possibly create a game engine before understanding the universe you're creating it in. Quite right, Mark. So this is DevOps taken to the next level. Not only are we going to study, engineer and hack our workflow and our production pipeline, but we're going to do the same thing to the universe itself. Yes. You've got problems with the schedule on your project? No problems. With this kind of DevOps, we can actually hack the universe and make time go backwards to give you more time to complete your project. Yeah, so I think this is fine. The thing is that I want to actually set this up for my experiments with Phi to be a little more like you can see the bounds of the plane. Let me try 10 by 10 again. Yeah, so it's that. Well, maybe I'm going to make the camera go a bit higher. Let's go up to 500. And then tilt the camera down. So the rotation of the camera about the y-axis by 45 degrees, 010, apply position, comma, rotation, rot. Yes, now let's move the camera a bit closer to the plane. A bit closer. I'm going to increase the angle a bit. Sends the camera up in the air. And a little more. And why don't we make the plane wider, since that fits the aspect ratio better? The screen, so the Y will be a bit wider, say 16. I'm going to take this down to maybe 14. Move the camera forward a little more. Just want to get something as a kind of ballpark. Ooh. That's fine. That's fine. And then what I'm going to also do is just define colors. I'm going to add a color thing here. Okay, window.cpp void set color, which is going to take set default color set default color const vector 3 cull, and this is going to do send format to position, no, color percent F color.x, color.y, color.z, and so SNED format. Send format. That should do the trick there. I'm going to go into nugget window dot thingy and put that in there. And so now I can set a color, default color. I'll go into, where are you? Oh, here. Set default color, right. Vector 3, 100, like that. And when I run this, we should get everything red. Ooh, that looks kind of cool, doesn't it? I actually quite like the sheen of the rendering with this, and there's just this little bit of bloom effect. Quite cool. So the plane itself, though, yes, it's set the color before. Oh yeah, because everything. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I was going. Nothing's wrong. The plane itself, I want to make it sort of maybe. 0.3, 0.2. So the plane will be a different color. That's fine. Maybe even darker. There's a lot of light. That light is very bright, so even with the color is very, very, I mean, I don't know, if I make it black, what do I get? So yeah, there is this automatic exposure thing. So that's weird. It brought up the exposure because the majority of the scene is quite dark, and then those other objects are just like some. It looks like they're about to burn up. And that's because the color is actually black of that surface. It's turned the. I'm learning things about Unreal still from this, but it's turning up the light because the plane is basically black, and it turns up the brightness until this black plane looks white, and then everything else is just but if I put even a very small amount of oh, look at that. That's weird how it completely changed the color. No, the other things, they don't look red anymore. They look orange, but I only changed the color of the background, maybe. I think I need to change the brightness of the scene. Difficult to control this lighting. See, I'm trying to make it not so bright, and then it says, I'm not having that. I know better than you. I'm the game engine. I know better than you. You think you know everything. You don't know anything. You think you're better than me, don't you? Oh, that reminds me of someone I worked with once. well, takes all sorts, you know. Yeah. Cool. Well, what do we do now? We figure out how to turn down the brightness of the light? I think so. I think I need less brightness in the light. I'm going to do some maintenance in the viewer. We're also going to get rid of that bug with regards to the apply thing. And well, let's do this thing. Hal has a command for it, but I can't remember what it was. Hal, open Nugget window, Unreal project.
Opening Nugget window, Unreal project.
I'm waiting for Unreal to start up. Doo-dah, doo-dah. I'm waiting for Unreal to start up. Doo-ba-ba-doo-dah date. Right. So let's have a look at the scene. No, the light. The directional light. The lux. We're back to the soap. Let's just be reasonable and put one lux. Much less soapiness. Hal, build Unreal Nugget window. Hal, build Nugget. Hal, build Unreal Nugget window. Hello, Hal. Wiggling Hal's ears. Let's try that again. Hal, build Unreal Nugget window.
Biling Unreal Nugget window on Unreal.
Biling? What's that? I don't want to know. Gee, am I? All right. Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget window server.
Oh, it's running. It's running there. Seems that when I restart it, I lose. Oh, Nugget window server. Is that it? Yeah, maybe. Oh, I think it's working now. Okay. So let's run that. Yeah, there's probably a setting somewhere to turn off that lighting effect. Seems I turned down the light and it just pushes the thing up. But anyway, I'm going to leave it like that. And I just, I need to fix the problem that I had with that bug, which has to do with when apply, it's like when it's finished, it comes to here. I need to clear the apply. I think. Clear applying. Yeah, I must clear applying after doing this. So what I need to do is drag applying to here. I'm going to set applying to black. That should fix that bug I had, I hope. Try it. I don't need to actually build. That's the other advantage, right? Oh, thank you, Tropical. I think I'll do that actually because it's really annoying me. You just don't know what's going on then. Okay. Well, let's see. Now, one of the other things that's nice about this thing, by the way, is that, yes, I need to make a build to use the thing without using Unreal Editor, but I can totally test this thing out. In Editor as well. So that's pretty good. I'm going to make the light a bit brighter. Let's see. Maybe we'll go for sort of 5 lux. Just a little more soap in there, or you know, smoother feel. Look at that. There's one other thing I'm going to point out. Well, actually, it is in Editor, so maybe it's a preview. I can see all these jaggies here. But I'll live with that. That seems good. Let's make a new build. How build Unreal Nugget window.
Biling Unreal Nugget window on Unreal.
Filing. I've disappeared behind Windows. Thank you. I didn't. Oh man. That's even worse. Oh, what? Oh dear. Nothing works properly. I think we've got the engine. So what I'm going to do is just close Unreal, get out of there as quickly as possible. How run Nugget window.
Running Nugget window server.
You know, running Nugget Windows Server. I was thinking it was saying running Nugget Windows Server. I kind of like the sound of that, to be honest. Why is this thing changing size all the time? Stay there. Serving Nugget Window. So, right. I'm going to just, yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to just check that I fixed that other bug. So, I think the sphere is B, isn't it? So what I can do is name B, position -200, -200, comma 100, apply position. So that's moved the sphere. But now I should be able to just set a new position. It shouldn't move the sphere, which was the problem before. I can set color 010, which would be green, and I can just say apply color. Name A, color 110, which is yellow. Apply color. How's that? I'm ready to move to Phi, I think. So the thing I'm going to do though is I was thinking of streaming Phi development in the Phi channel, but I think it's better if I just stream here and then I put updates, non-streamed videos, demonstrations or whatever I can put in the Phi channel. One thing I'm going to do before I get there though is let's make this ball bounce around the square just for the sake of it. So for that I'm going to, and also just to test to make sure that everything is working, I'm going to keep the plane in. I'm going to make the sphere. The sphere is going to be called ball. And let's just run that, and there we are. The default color was red. The plane that carried over onto the plane. So let's change the plane color back. We'll make the ball green. Actually, the ball is yellow now. Let's make the ball green. It's still a bit bright. I will add facilities for changing the brightness of the light later. That thing there is just, I don't know why that's there, but it's showing, I'm leaving it in because it shows us where the origin is. It's kind of handy. So this ball, if I want to make it move, it's true, I'm not quite ready yet because I want to also create the API for things like moving. So I can set the default color, right, but what is the move? And this is going to take a const, there's always a bit more to do actually. Const char star name and const vector 3 and pos. This is going to do the command send format and position %f, %f, %f space name %s, apply position. So this will move. Let's copy that. I'm going to go to nuggetwindow.h in here. I'm going to add this to the API. So of course the point here is that this API is totally implementation agnostic. It's totally, because yeah, I mean right now it's going over the network, but there isn't anything to stop making a library that just does this without going over the network. You know, so you can move it to that later if you want away, whatever. So right, so that's the move. So hopefully when I go back to, sorry, there, yeah. When I go back to here, I can do, we'll need a vector 3 for the position of the ball, which is going to be minus 400, comma, minus 400, comma, 100. And just keep it simple for the minute. We'll do move. And the move command is going to take the name ball and pos. So what we should see now is it should just move, that green ball should move. And instead what we get is an exception. What does it not like? No, there is, it crashed? Don't give me this. Seriously? A crash? I've gone so far without crashing. Nugget window. Well, it probably didn't display the assert, but it was because I forgot to do a new line here. Let's try this again. No. Right, okay. And it's like no clue. The stack doesn't tell me anything. It's like worse than useless. Debugger. It's really not a debugger at all. It's you can get rid of the D. Let's put a breakpoint here and see. Do we get to the breakpoint? We do. And it's going to go in. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's why. I didn't pass in any of the arguments. There's no argument about that. Pos X, pos Y, pos Y name. Right. So the the ball is there. We can maybe move it a little. Oh, right, I see. We'll go minus 500. Oh, hang on, I've kind of got. Where are we? We're there. All right. If I do minus, say, 600. No. Minus 600. Okay. I'll make this a little less. 300. How's that? Okay, that will work. The rebug. That one is appropriate for when you've got a groundhog bug. No matter what you do, nothing changes. So if that's the position there, which is all fine, then what I can do is say while true, move system sleep 16 milliseconds. And I don't have a vector library here, but I could just do that. Now we've got a moving ball. I've got a very great verbosity. I want to know what that great verbosity is. That. So now we've got, oh, I want to make a game now. Just that was inspired by this ball floating through the air, and it's like floating along like that, and you could have a little character running around on the plane underneath, and it has to go around and pick up and do stuff like shoot enemies and so on, but it has to attach itself to these balloons that are flying by, and it takes you from one square to the other, and it's all very good. It just hit me in a flash when I saw that. Oh, that'd be so cool. That's another game that won't happen. No, it won't happen. I can't. There's no point. I've just played the whole game in my head. I've just gone and played the game in my head. It's really good fun. It's a bit like reminiscent of Rainbow Island. It's reminiscent of Rainbow Island. And I've just added some physics in there. Like on a rope, and you can swing around. Oh, that's brilliant! You could swing around, and so then you could be like that game where you sort of throw the thing and it goes like this and it knocks down the things, but you do it by hooking on to the balloon that is floating, and then you have a mechanism for jumping from one balloon to the other, and the way you knock down enemies is by swinging into them, and oh gosh, and that's really good. Oh, and then it's got in it things that attract the balloons, like vortices, and so when you're on a balloon, it starts getting dragged towards the vortex, and you have to figure out how to get to another balloon. So that's really good. And then you've got enemies that jump onto balloons as well, and enemies that shoot the balloons, and it's an amazing game, and it will never happen. It won't. Because the problem is that the game is great. It's such a game like that. I know it would be. I could make it hugely fun, but nobody's going to play it, and so what's the point? And then, in order to finish the game, it takes a huge amount of work. And then to put the game out there and have, 9-year-old kids berating you. I've taken the shortcut. I just made the game. I played it in my head. I was able to do that in a few minutes. Had great fun imagining the game, and overall, I'm at a plus for that. If I cut my losses now, well, I just cut and run now, and don't make the game. It would have been a time when I was like, ooh, 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 ooh. I know, I still am. I go, ooh, 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 ooh. Just put in a couple of DLCs, microtransactions, a buggy mess of pre-order delivery, and you've got a smash hit. Do you know, I just want to point out, smash hit. Please look very carefully at the two words next to each other. Smash hit. You can do a little contraction, which is, you know, because in the end, the smash hit, it starts off as this big idea. And then it needs to ship. And then it meets all these constraints. And so the constraints, we have to cut the idea down. And what you do is, it's equivalent to removing some of the letters from the words smash hit. Right? What you have to do is mash up your idea, in fact. And then you need to sort of cover up the mashing. And you do that by sort of taking the mash out of the smash hit. And then you see what you're left with. Smash. Triple smash game development. Triple mash. I mean, triple mash. It's great. Whatever. Something. Okay, let's, you know, meanwhile, back at the ranch, can we stop? Yeah, here we go. You've got to smash it. That's another one. or the famous one from the 3DO company. Ship hits. That actually was put on the wall in the studio. I remember years, this is 20 years ago. Ship hits. That's great. Great. Yeah, it was. It's a shame that it didn't. The truth of it is that the PlayStation, you know, Trip Hawkins had the idea before anybody else. And then everybody else learned from, you know, 3DO's mistakes. And it's a bit sad, really, because it's not very fair, but nothing's fair. Yeah, exactly. 3DO was an alpha PSX. I mean, the 3DO was basically the research and development for Sony. In effect, they were right about what they were doing, but what they were wrong about was the business model and the manufacturing and, you know, all of that kind of stuff. That was. But nobody had tried to do it before. So not like that. And so, yeah, Sony just learned from the mistakes. They got it right. So, anyway, where were we? There it is. Oh, I'm swinging off it. I think now we're ready. So I'm going to save this. Now, here's an interesting point. I am working without source control. I have backups. But no, I think I put... but on this project, on this little viewer, and also the Unreal project for the viewer, the little client and the viewer, no source control. But I think I've got source control for Phi. Mike, you did that on purpose. We all know you did. It's fine. Oh. Right. Okay. So. Where is this project? Yeah. All right. So what I'm going to do is just I can keep that open. I'm going to open up the Phi project. And the great thing about just coming clean with the Phi language is that then I can stream development on it. I don't have to worry about revealing stuff. Otherwise, I was going to sit on it forever. Visual Studio projects. Now here's the question. Where is it? That's a good question. Where did I put it? Well, let's see if we can find out. Show in Explorer. Oh, it's all the way over there. Now that's a little odd. But it is a Visual Studio thingy. So that's fine. Okay. Fine. Open the solution. Every game is a game. I know. It's that thing I say. And therefore sacred. There's a saying, every book is a book and therefore sacred. Every game is a game and therefore sacred. That's why it's sometimes best not to have the game sullied by actually making it. Now, if I run this, what will happen? Oh look, this was from the video that I did. It calculated the square root of 9. This is a Phi program to calculate the square root of 9. And there is no program counter. Yet it manages to iterate and find the square root of 9. What would be good would be to hook these two things up now so that Phi can talk to Nugget window. One thing to bear in mind though is that Phi is very, very early days and it's most of the language is missing. So progress is not going to be fast. But I think I have to set in mind something I want to do. And what I want to do is create a bouncing ball that bounces around on this plane and bounces off the walls and bounces off the floor. And have that implemented in Phi so that Phi is actually the code for this behavior of the ball is specified entirely in Phi. So that is the goal. The first thing to remember about a game is the purpose of the game is to entertain. By definition, that's what a game is. A game is something that entertains, by definition. You see, it's serious. Seriously, that's what the word game means. Game. I mean, otherwise we take the word game and we just sort of render it completely meaningless. So, a video game is meant to entertain. And if the video game does not entertain, then it's something else. It might be still something valid, it might still be great to have, it could be a work of art, it could be whatever it is, but then it's not a game. If it doesn't entertain, it's not a game. And not every game is going to entertain everybody. So whether or not something is a game is decided by an individual. But I would still, the individuals who try it, but I would still say that, a game needs to entertain. And that, like everything, gets forgotten. In music, you just look, melody. So old-fashioned idea in music. You don't need a melody. You know why melodies have gone away? Or are all the same? It's because the creation of a melody transcends logical reasoning. Conscious thought. A melody is not written by an algorithm. You can make an algorithm write a melody, but that's about as silly as making a robot lift weights instead of you lifting the weights yourself. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like the thing about melody and music, for example, is it serves no purpose. It is also a game. But when you write a melody, the point of the game, I tell you, it is a game, but what is the point of a game? The game with melody. The point of the game with melody is to come up with a melody that you couldn't think of. That is the game. It's to come up with a tune that you couldn't think of, so that you catch yourself by surprise. This is how you recognize a great tune. The weird thing is that when you write one, if you write one, right, it's like the thing is, and this is the weird bit, is that other people pick up on it too, somehow. So the game is to create something you couldn't have thought of. Well, the problem is, of course, these days, everybody lives their lives in their heads. Everybody does things for logical reasons. It's language-based reasoning, right? So this is why they copy. There's a lot of copying things that came before, because copying things is an intellectual exercise. It's not the inspiration. It's not catching anything by surprise. You're just copying. So you copy. You're not going to go, I'm copying this, and here I go. Ooh, I didn't expect that when I copied this. Unless you make a mistake. And then you make a mistake, and then you think, oh, that mistake sounds cool. Now, at that point, you're playing the game properly. So video games is the same. So music, that got forgotten. The game got forgotten in music. And the game gets forgotten in everything. In sport, even in sport. It's supposed to be... Sport is supposed to be... it doesn't serve a purpose. Sport is not supposed to serve a purpose. And then people think, I'm going to become a professional sports person. So I can understand that. You want to earn a living doing the thing you love to do. But one thing you have to remember is that by doing that, there's a danger that you do sport no longer for a purpose, but you do sport. No, you do sport no longer as a game, but as a means to an end. And then it's not a game anymore. The same thing happens with video games. That if a video game is made for the purpose of entertaining, for being a game, it's actually made without a purpose. It is purposeless. Because entertainment itself is purposeless. Then there's a chance that you're going to make something that really has something special in it, right? But the industry doesn't go that way. The industry makes games. Some of this is practical, you know. It's expensive to make games. You have to figure out how to pay people to make games, how people can earn a living making games. So this is not a cynicism. It's just an unfortunate pattern that just seems to happen over and over again. And so what can happen is that the game is made for a purpose, and the purpose is to make money. And that's the worst possible reason for trying to make something that's entertaining. Because you're trying to make something with a purpose that itself should be purposeless. And that's the problem. So people make money. If you make a game in order to make money, I'm not saying it can't be done that way round. You could. I'm making a game for the purpose of making money, and then you happen to make something that's absolutely amazing. But it's actually unlikely. What's more likely to happen is that if you do it that way, you end up at best making money. Yeah, but then at what price? At what cost? No, the right approach, I believe, is that you make a game to entertain. And the reason for making a game is because you want to entertain people. And that is the motivator. And the money bit, which is very important, but the money comes as a consequence of the main mission. You start with the mission. You can call it that. You start with the game. And you play it well, and then you get money. You start with the money. You can make a game, you may make the money, but you made the game for the wrong reasons, and makes it very much harder for it to become a great game. But the funny thing is this is true of life as well. If you live your life, it's very practical. If you live your life with a purpose, there is a danger that you don't live your life at all. You know? Because, I mean, life in the end is we're supposed to be here to enjoy life. I think one of the big tragedies that happened was somewhere along the line things got twisted into we're here to suffer, like the Protestant ethic or whatever, I don't know. We're here to suffer, and we shall make ourselves let's say we shall gain merit in accordance to how much we suffer. That just seems like so crazy. I think suffering is inevitable and it's there, but it's not the reason that we're here. I think the reason we're here is to enjoy ourselves. Is that so terrible thing to think or say or propose? And to enjoy each other, and to enjoy being together, and to enjoy the planet, and to enjoy the things that we wouldn't be able to experience if we weren't here. You can choose which way to go. Why not choose that positive way? In the same way, why not just say the purpose of video games is to entertain? Is that really so bad? I don't know. Is life a game? Whether you know, it depends how you look at it. You can choose to play it. You can choose to treat life like a game. Is that so bad? It's sort of like it's a bit of a taboo question in a way, but it's that thing of sincerity and seriousness. We need more sincerity and less seriousness. Because if you're too serious, then if things are too serious, then nobody's ever going to enjoy anything, right? And then what's the point? Or as Alan Watts would say, is the game worth the candle? Because if it isn't worth the candle, then why are we here? you know. One time I had a really bad head cold, and while I was trying to sleep, I couldn't stop playing Minesweeper against myself. I wonder if that would be a game. It's horrible. Yeah, well, according to my definition, if you are playing a game that is not fun, then you aren't playing, and it isn't a game. In the dream, you were not having fun, and it felt like it was actually what you were doing was recovering from an illness or trying to shake off your head cold. So you were working. It wasn't a game. The more people involved in the game, the less fun it will be. It depends why the people are involved in the game. You think about films. I mean, like Ratatouille or Toy Story. You know, the Pixar type game. It's a huge number of people work on those. I'm quite sure that the creation of the game wasn't always straightforward and things were not always rosy, but in the end, they have created some amazing films. They know how to do it. They know how to introduce that X factor thing. We haven't got there with video games consistently. Probably the closest thing to the equivalent of Pixar in video games is probably Nintendo. Anyway, so here I am with the language. I want to hook these things up, and I was looking at this. I've got that. That's fine. And what I want to do is it's also, you shouldn't be precious as well. It's like when I'm saying those things, like I've just been saying, it could be that it's mostly a bunch of rubbish. I don't know. But what's the point of saying them? It's actually not point in saying it other than the saying. And then if you want to do that, you need to do it in a kind of a free way. Otherwise, it's pointless. It's a game. And I'm saying these things. It's like playing a game. I'm not being insincere. Just looking at it today. I'm looking at this and it strikes me in this way. And it's another thing, if you are too careful about what you're saying, and you analyze it too much, then you're not dancing anymore, you're not playing anymore. Sometimes I think, well, are the things I'm saying like really, how do people see them? They think it's like, I'm talking rubbish or what? And it's just like, who cares? It's a game. best that one can hope is that other people eventually start, you know, playing with you, if you know what I mean. And yeah, it's like a dance. As Alan Watts put it, philosophy is not anything other than an activity. It is it is something you do. You do philosophy. You sit down and you think about and talk about philosophy. And it's not about studying or memorizing the past or trying to come up with the definitive answer to life, the universe, and everything. See, that would be a purpose. No. Real philosophy doesn't have a purpose. It just is something you do and you enjoy doing. Like life. Or you should hope that you will enjoy doing, or you try to enjoy doing. That's the bit that, you know, shouldn't even be there, but it's there because it's part of the product of our modern world. The human condition. So I think what I'm going to do here, I go and get this from the directory, open containing folder. I'm just going to get these files. I was just sort of thinking as I was semi-ranting there about how to import this into the other project, and really I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to go and do that, copy those files. I mean, that's the great thing about working with such a light sort of layer of stuff. You can just copy a few files over. And where are you? Open containing folder. So over here. And I'm just going to paste them in. See what happens. Okay, so if I put these files there, add existing item. We got everything there? Right, everything's in. And then I hit compile and I'll start getting the errors and I'll fix the errors. First thing you want to do, just make it compile. Main already defined. Well, that really must make sense. Oh, in fact, it just built. The only issues were linking errors. And the linking error is because there are two mains. So that's actually pretty cool. There are no issues. Nugget window client. We have this main. So all I need to do is just hashif this out. Take care, Tropical. Good to see you again. Have a playful sleep. Right, well, that's been compiled in. That is really actually I'm ready to go. The idea of bringing together two code bases, even a small one, it always fills me with a bit of trepidation, you know, especially in the Windows platform. But that just worked. What am I going to do then? Because I can go and look at my file, test file. Here it is. I need to be able to hook in the initialization of the nation. Like this print function. And the other issue I've got is that I really probably need to do a refactoring of phi. Phi.cpp is currently like 2,000 lines. So let me just look for print. So this is a function call, and I've got a little check here. If left text equals print, and this is for built-in functions. And maybe I should start doing a little bit of refactoring of phi. And one of the things I can do is, clearly this is not, you know, very expandable. This is prototype code. What I could do is create a CPP file that's specifically for built-in functions. That would be nice. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm also going to just change chair and get some more water. Be right back. Right. So I'm going to create a new. How do I add in? Oh, I just want to see the files. Switch views. Folder view. What are you doing? What's CMake got to do with the time of day? I don't use CMake. What is going on? Oh. Oh, that was Antler. Right, yeah. Oh, weird. Can I add existing items? Oh, come on. This is really irritating. Add new file. What? Oh, dearie me. Literally add a file called new file? Some kind of... Find solution. Okay. I don't know why it's confusing me, but anyway, right, new item. There we go. The new item is going to be built-in functions. Just built in, anything built in. There we go. So what I want to do, oh please, what I want to do is refactor this. So when there's a function call, I need to check to see if the function call is a built-in function or not. Function can execute in the traditional model. Now I do need to think about it a little bit because... All right. No, that's fine. I can create an object or move an object when that function is called. Those functions are not going to modify any of the state of any variables in the language, at least at the moment. So there's such a delay here when I do that. Look at that. Really annoying. You'd be better off going back to Emacs. I want to hash include map. I don't want to use map. I want to use hash map because, in fact, and from a string to processing of any of these functions is going to be done by working with the state of the virtual machine, so I don't need to pass any arguments. I was just thinking about like how to, what arguments I need to pass in. So I'm not going to pass in any arguments. So I should be able to do a type def void func built-in map. No hash map. I thought it was called hash map. It's called unordered map. I suppose that's the standard name now. I'll select that, please. Yeah, thank you. String Undeclared identifier. Flipping heck. Work unless I need to say void here. Undeclared identifier. Type def void star function on the wrap script. Seriously? Oh, it's probably because I'm using func. Let's just call it that instead. Has to be. No. Built-in func undeclared identifier. Oh, God. I'm looking at exactly the same. What am I missing? Type def. Oh, you can't see that screen here, can you? I'm looking at this right now. I can't see what the difference is. Type def void script function void. You can also use the boost function. Just use boost. Just use boost. Just use boost. Owl. You're not fun. Don't get it. That should work. Oh, that hurt. Oh, can you see it? Anyone? It's right there in front of your nose. Missing semicolon. Creating a very misleading. Because the semicolon was missing, it became as if this was the type def was the whole thing, and then built-in func didn't exist. Yeah, hilarious. That was it. Missing semicolon. Brr. Built-in initialized. Built-in map. Add. Oh, whatever the API is. These STD libraries, they have such painful naming convention. I think I just do that, don't I? Yeah. So, the reason why I wasn't, yeah, something else I was working with would fail with that. That was blueprints. Yeah, okay. So, built-in map, print. And I think we've got lambdas now. Remember the syntax. I'm not going to use lambdas. See if that compiles. Missing type specifier. Really? Intertuned. Oh, it's true. Okay, so simple little map. This should be static. Simple little map. I need to refactor by moving and this will not compile, but that's fine. We'll go through the protocol of fixing the compile errors. That should be there. Or stack top. I need access to stack. This is where we get a bit of fun because I'm now in a different file. So I'll start having to make things public. I'll start needing to create some header files. Let's go to the definition of this. It's in a class. But instead of trying to make all of this public, like I'm going to go and take this and put it into a header and then move the implementation. I can't be bothered with all of that. It's just too much. What you can also do is quite simply well, these long pauses here are because I'm making architectural decisions. At the moment, thinking about how to get access to the stack from another module. The expressor what was that called? In here, this is in I need to express. Yeah, well. Let's look at the definition of. This will take a little bit of thought. Go to the definition of this. There's this expression item. Is this reasonably well self-contained? It is. This class can. I hate having to split these up. I guess I have to. What I'll do is I'll do it in a slightly different way. I will refactor it in line first, so that I don't have to mess around with a header. In fact, I can do it a bit at a time. In line, right now. And then when it's ready, I can copy the stuff out. Let's start from the bottom here, move up, and there's this toString function. I've got to copy that. Put that down in here. The name of the class is express item. That we have to put this in here like this. Why you can't sort of actually do the implementation side of the class with a, you know, just embraces. Say all the functions we define now are going to be part of this class. This is now external to the class. Internally, then we have to do this, and that should now be brought out. Try that. Now, of course, it didn't succeed. Why not? Stack undeclared identifier. Oh, that's because, yeah, these errors here. That's true. So I'd like to get to a point where I have no errors. So for that, I just need to temporarily remove or disable that code. I still need to have the actual. Oh. We'll need to have the actual function. That succeeded. Good. Right. So I just have to plow through this refactoring, this operator, copy that. We put it down here. X item. Be like that. Sure it compiles. I suddenly have a warning. I didn't have that before, did I? Oh, maybe I did. Just didn't notice it. All right, so do the next one. Uh-oh. I kind of screwed up that bit. That's it. Right, so we back to... Yeah, okay. So the next one to pull in would be this one. Same routine. Maybe I can just do this. Go. Copy. Then take that and remove that. Come down here, paste that. Till that builds. Quite a lot of these to do. Set. I could inline that. Leave that inlined. I could have left the others inlined actually. No, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do the full thing. So copy that, paste that there. Set already has a body. Set in tie. No, so I need to also take that, do that. Suppose another way be quicker would be to do that, 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 that. I think I'm going to set up a thing for this. Duplicate using my iPad to set up a macro. How do you expand this? It's like shortcut for DevOpsing again. Okay. Keyboard action. The first thing that we're going to do is do Control M followed by Control M. Save. Close. Done. So we can do Control M, Control A. I have to go, on mine is go to a new line, Control, the beginning of the line, Control A. Shift down. Shift down. Control C. Control V. Control V. Hang on. So actually a pattern that was useful is to do Control M, Control M, Control A, Shift down, Control C, left arrow, Control E to go to the end of the line, Shift, left arrow, semicolon, return V. Oh, Control M, Control M, Control A, Shift down, Control C, left arrow, Control E, Shift left, quite a long sequence this one, semicolon, it would help avoid something I find really annoying, semicolon, and then enter. And then Control V, no joke when all of this has to be done manually, right? Control V. So everything that happened there would be the following. Control M, Control M, Control A, down, Shift down, Control C, left, Control E, Shift Control left, so that was actually wrong. It should be Shift Control. Do I need to do Shift Control? Hang on. Oh no, just Shift left is fine. That's fine. Shift left, semicolon, enter, Control V. Right, this is the bit that there isn't really much more I can do about that, and then and so then that's good enough. That really will help actually. So I think that's the end of that. So this is what to call it. Let's pull def out. I don't know. Let's test this out then. So I go back to here. There. So we're in this situation, and I press this thing here. We're cooking with gas. That needs to come down into here. Then the only bit that's annoying is I have to do this X item bit there. I think I might. It's fine. Let's just do this. Okay, so the next one. This one. Let's make sure it compiles. Something went on here. Oh, right, yeah, that's all fine. I can click here and boom. And let me actually just do all of these in like so. Probably just select and drag them actually. Drag that to here. This. Control drag that to there. This. Drag to here. Here. Oh, right. Yeah, because I bundled them together, didn't I? Control X. Superb. So much more quick. This should compile. I like this this technique. This is a good technique. It's a new one. I've never done it that way before, but liking it. And then we go and take all of the. Wait a minute. We go take this header. Is this thing here? I can pull it out here. And I need to create a header file. add new item, a header. It's going to be called, this is kind of more traditional object D approach, expert item sort of. We add that and we get rid of the pragma ones, and we pop this in here. Then I switch back to there and hash include exp item dot h. And what errors are we going to get? A huge number of errors because something fundamental went wrong there. Op unknown override. What? Yeah, because there's other stuff missing. I need to know operator, go to definition here. So this is, yeah, it's fundamental to expressions. I'm going to extract that. And that needs to be I'll just leave it like that for now. And next, unknown override specifier. Well, the issue there is I need an identifier. It's not defined. Let's go definition. I'm going to have to do the same thing with this class, or I can just inline it. I'm going to be strict and not inline stuff. Make sure that compiles. Well, won't compile because that won't fix the other issue from before. So we go into this header file, expert item.h here. Put this class in. Yeah, this is going pretty well. That now compiles. Items pulled out. Let's go back to trying to compile this built-in thing. We can turn this back on and see what we get. Next error. Stack undeclared identifier. I think I had that before. I think the plan here was, oh right, yes, yeah, because the go to here. We look at the definition of stack. Let's just go to definition. We can see that this is a simply, I've got extra item defined. I'm now able to define this type, so I can pass that in without needing to have the whole caboodle. Might eventually need to put the whole caboodle in, but so what we do then is we take this, copy that. The built-in is going to take the stack. I don't know if I can make it const or not. We'll see. Stack is not a member of STD. Well, it is, but just don't know it. Which header do I need? Okay. It's because Antler put them in. Header files inside header files. Extra item undeclared identifier. What's the next error? Cannot convert this pointer from const. This is an error because I can't make that const. I suspected that would be the case. Not a problem. Carry on. This identifier not found. Need to make a new header. Add a new item. Header file is going to be debug.h. Get rid of the pragma once. Debug out this, all of that. Let's go in here and then hash include debug.h. Let's copy that and go to here, and we paste this in as well. And buffer undeclared identifier. Leisurely refactoring. Using the compiler to generate a to-do list. Buffer undeclared identifier. This is because, for debugging purposes, we have this thing. There's some naivety in this, but you know, doesn't matter. 8K for every file that uses this module is reserved. Not going to break the bank yet. Take the time to figure that. A better way to do that out right now. What's this? Get store. Okay. Commonly used function. Get store. Go to definition. Get store. This is in expressor. What does this do? Yeah, it's only using the expressor as a kind of it's not, doesn't really need to, it can be a static really. That could be, it's the only reason that could be a static. Depends how many FIVM states there are, and there is only one. Hey Mike. Pistachios. Bag finished. So get store. Brain food. Yeah, I mean, this is a little ugly because the yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I see. Now, rather than run through this and split this up into, this is a huge class, right? I think I'd rather keep it in line inside the CPP file and expose only what is necessary. So a good interim solution for this one is to make a public version of this. No, but the thing is, this doesn't have anything in. It's in the Expressor class, but it doesn't actually interact with the Expressor class in all. So this is in the wrong place. They should actually be part of a FIVM state. I'll just put a marker there to come back to this. So if I go hit F12, and I can go to here. So this class oops. Oh no. I've messed up my bookmark. Oh, I can see them here, can't I? So let me do it this way. Get store. Yeah, I'm going to try. Take that and then so if I move that there, see what errors we get. Get store, identifier not found. Still not found. Yes, I know. So let's just take that off for the minute and fix the other stuff I've broken now. Right, I'm going to have to comment out that as well. Right, next. FIVM state. Right, but that's because that is this class. Now, what have we got now? Express item. This get store. Actually becomes proceed on this refactoring. Refactoring is probably going to take a little while. Right, that was good refactoring. If I just run and make sure that it still works. Yeah, so looks like nothing is broken. So, if I can go back now to this. Let's turn this back on again and see what we get. Now we'll still have get store identifier not found, which just leads us to the question of dealing with the virtual machine. Again, the implementation, I don't want to expose this in a header file. I kind of these days favor privacy by not using public and this thing at all, but doing what I'm about to do here. This function, this class, which is quite big, I just added something. Where was it? Get store. Yeah, this guy. So I just added this, but I don't want. I need some other modules to be able to access it. But I don't want to move any of this into a header. So all I do is and the other thing as well is this is in effect a singleton. I hate that phrase, singleton. This FIVM state, there's only one of them, I believe. Oh, be careful. Oh, actually, it could be that later there'll be more than one. That's true. Well, working, processing. Oh, yeah. Going to try a little experiment here. Now, okay. I'm going to create a new. I can try it. Okay, I think I've got a course of action to try. I'm going to add a new item, which is a header file for I've got to just call it fire public. And it's just a thing in here that can type def phi vm opaque and I'm going to call it, and this is actually a so this particular type, and I go back to my built-in function here, I call that VM handle. Now I need to include this. I don't think it actually complained at all. Now when this function is called, well, oh yeah, it needs to be passed in, doesn't it? It's like need to put those in. When this is called, I need to pass in a handle for the VM virtual machine. The in here, oh, there it is. Right. So if I'm looking at this, I need it to be able to get this to this function, but I need it to be able to do that without including the function, the class. So all I do, I can just use this good old C function here, and this is going to be get store. It's outside of class, so I can just call it get store, and it's going to take a FIVM opaque handle. And then the second part is this identifier. Now, this is not something that I likely will refactor this again to do something, you know, better, but it's the shortest path to the next testable thing, you know. And actually there are some nice points about it. I mean, so what happens here is that I need an FIVM state. Yeah, it should really be called state. Hey, Zag, how you doing? Please make the pitch green. That's funny. How green pitches are so 2020. FIVM state. Yeah. State. Pointer. Reference. Probably not going to like that. Equals FIVM state pointer VM state handle. And so from then I can simply do that dot get store ID, return, and that's it. So this little function, it's throwing a handle around, so basically it's like a pimple. It's I'm using an opaque pointer, then it doesn't, there's no issue. I might actually put these sort of interconnecting glue in a class later, but right now the easiest thing to do is that. That's undeclared identifier because I need to hash include phi public.h. Now we're back to here in my built-ins function thing here. I've included phi public.h. So what I'll need to do is I can look for the word opaque, and here it is. I need to put a definition of this function inside my phi public, just as a classic C style thing, and it got past it, I guess. Which file am I in now? phi.cpp, something happened. There's a new error. Cannot be used before it is initialized. It's kind of a very random. No. Now we have a problem. We need to see the first error because that's probably a knock-on effect. Yeah, the first error is this one. Syntax error. Identify FIVM opaque, because that doesn't exist. It's FIVM state opaque. I find that really annoying because this is not a true error. I want to see them in the... Okay, you know what? Go away. I'm so sick and tired of that. The first error is the only important error. I thought it was listing them in the error that the order they were being encountered. I have to do this scrolly rubbish. Okay. How do we get the store? We're back here again. And the way we do it doesn't take one argument, you see. I have to pass in the VM handle. This is very not object orientated, but it has a lot of advantages, but only because of header files. So this is, again, is like, cannot convert argument 2 from std string to identifier. What? I don't understand. Let's go to the definition of this. Oh. I think there are other get stores, you see. This was get store identifier, but there was probably a get store with a string as well. Oh, here it is. So I need to refactor this one as well. This one can be taken out of there, put into here. Boom. And then I can make another one of these for this case. This is where that takes a string rather than an identifier. Std string. Okay. Good. Go to the first error. Get store. The reason for that is because I need to put this in the header here. Set get store. And so, yeah, this is beginning to work. Now, this VM handle needs to be supplied in here. Ooh. Yeah, nuisance. Is there a way of telling this thing to go by order? Sort of sorted by description. Show columns. Maybe unordered. Oh, maybe that's it. I think you can make it. Yeah. Oh, right. Thank goodness for that. Okay. Now I understand that better. Move the sorting. What have we got? Identifier not found. Weapon built in. Operator to C string. This, it's a static function. It's outside of a class. So I can actually just make that not static anymore. And this can go into here. And that gets rid of that problem. Figure out how to do the done later. Let's just copy, comment that out. First error is else. None of that is required here. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Try again. Missing meet before meet in fi.cpp. Order needs to be changed of the header files. In fi.cpp, get identifier. Identifier not found. Get identifier. There's another function that, by the looks of it, shouldn't belong in here. It's all. Yep. Should be an FIVM state. Put that in. And get rid of that, 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 and get rid of that. Get identifier. This is in Expressor, so get identifier is no longer available, but that's because I need to do FIVM state get identifier. Down to 2 errors. Isca's expressor gets store. But now is state get store. And it succeeded. Let's see if it still runs. Yes. Okay, that's a good place to leave it because I've got to go. But yeah, so what's happening now is it's basically refactoring as I'm trying to create a way of being able to manage built-in functions, because I need built-in functions to connect to the viewer. Cool. I think we will do that, and it's time for me to leave. I'll figure out a video. Which video shall we? This is it. Yes. We're going to do the single. Why not? I only want to sing the blues. And, you know, and I only want to sing the blues and fix the entire world. That's all I want. Not a lot, really. Good night. Thanks a lot for watching. See you, Zag, Mike.
And I don't care I only want to sing the blues. No, no, no. Only want to sing the blues.
Yeah? Really? Man, I can't do this anymore. You know they're watching me. Look, I know, all we want to do is play music. But man, I mean, no, I'm out, I can't. What?
I don't mind.
Oh, come on, stop messing with me.
Don't want to stay with me tonight. And I don't care.
No, I don't believe you.
Wrong, or if it's right. Just do anything
Oh man,
that you
okay,
got to do. I only want
yeah,
to sing
1:30 tomorrow.
the blues.
Got ya.
Only want to sing the blues. Only want to sing.
Please hang up. Please hang up. Please hang up.